Hello, YouTube. It's me, Bug Boy. Say hi to YouTube, everyone who is currently here in voice and is not muted. And the reason why I'm saying hi to YouTube and not Twitch is even though I'm live streaming, I have not done the stream announcements yet. So let me do that, and then we'll get started. Special stream. I like how I said that, and now everyone's just completely silent, even though I've already started live streaming. There is other people in the voice here, I swear. I am not just alone rambling to myself.
Lovely boy.
You are
Hearing voices.
Yes.
we are just the voices in your head, Bob.
Yeah, it's like, realistically, I just have like 5 alt accounts, and they're all playing in this campaign. That's not true, but it's funny to think about.
We are just imaginary voices that bot can do and use editing to make this all possible using 5 different computers.
Yeah, I'm somehow multi-talented like that. Really, I am. No, I'm not.
You mean 6 different computers. You miscounting Bug's computer.
Yeah, 7 if the person who is supposed to be here shows up when they wake up. By the way, there will be some people here will not be talking in voice chat, in which case they'll be talking in the text chat. So be sure to read this bottom left text chat if you want to see what's up. YouTube at home and Twitch, and we currently have a viewer. Yay! So you can officially say hi to Twitch if you want to. Yes, you should speak, Cadmus. If you want to speak, speak.
I'm sorry, I got nervous.
It's fine. It's a live stream. That makes sense. But my community is very chill, and they know I talk a lot and other people talk a lot, so they're coming in here expecting it to be full conversation. So yeah.
Alright, yeah.
I'm trying-
I'm live as well.
Okay, so I'm going to start my preamble, if that's alright, unless anyone wants to say anything.
No, I'm not gonna start the preamble.
Nothing.
One thing?
Just one.
Okay, what is it?
Hi.
Oh. Hello. Hello there.
Hello there.
Master Mudkid, thank you for the follow. I
there.
see. So, Blue's typical followers here. Take it as I lurk. Will do. Lurkers are workers. So, I will go ahead and do the speech I've rehearsed for a few days now. Welcome, everyone, to the Oncoming Storm, which is a D&D campaign I've been organizing for the past month, at least. And it will take place in a custom world that I have created called the World of Kishraka. More specifically, we will be taking place within the nation of Guardiana, which is right here, with within the world of Kishraka, on the continent of Vishra. This world map you're currently seeing was drawn by one of the player characters. Actually, okay, it was drawn by me with a program, but in lore, this map exists, and it's drawn by one of the player characters. So the party, once they get together in this session 1, which we'll talk about that in a bit, will have a physical copy of this world map, and also sailing will be a part of the actual map. My campaigns tend to be a bit more of a sandbox and a bit less of a linear story. There is story, but you kind of have to go out and find it. It's not going to come to you. And you're not going to be on a railroad being dragged along. And also, I just noticed it's snowing outside, and that kind of worries me. Hopefully the power does not go out.
That would be bad.
Yes, indeed that would be. Also, you might notice that I look slightly different. I have reactive images for everyone in Discord call, so you can see who's talking at what given time.
Yay.
So, now that I've finished my preamble, how about you all introduce your characters? Who will everyone be playing as tonight?
Who wants to go first is the question.
Any order. Whoever wants to speak first, go first. I do not mind.
Yeah, I'll go. No one else is speaking. I'll go.
Okay.
Wait.
What is it, Fox Warrior?
Because Blink was talking.
Oh.
You want to take them out?
Yes, you can type them out, Blink. That's perfectly fine. Some people do not want to talk in voice chat, which means that they'll only talk in text. So, YouTube and Twitch, YouTube this won't affect YouTube, but let me know how readable the bottom right-hand corner is in terms of the actual text chat. And actually, I can make it a little bit more readable if I just do this.
I don't think it has updated.
What do you mean, don't think it has updated?
On Twitch. Oh, no. It's updated perfectly fine. Never mind. Sorry.
I know what I'm doing, Flame.
Yeah, sorry. It's just lagging on my end. It's just latency.
Yep, it's called stream lag. It exists.
There is usually 5 to 10 second latency, so yeah.
There. I have made the screen smaller, that way the chat is more readable. And I'll just zoom out. There. Apologies, I have slight allergies right now.
Yeah, it looks perfect. I just saw changes. Yeah, it looks
All right.
perfect now.
Since you're talking so much, Flame, would you like to introduce your character?
Oh no.
Flame, start us off.
Yes, I can explain my character while Blink is tapping his
I only ask for first name, class, and race.
Okay.
Besides that, only share whatever details you wish to.
Is it alright if I use their full name?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Today I am playing an Archfey Warlock Foxkin, and we're using the custom race side of it of
Tasha's Custom Origin.
what's it called? Yeah, custom origin. Sorry, Tasha's custom origin version of it, and he goes by the name of Jaden Mandrega, and I believe there is a picture of him now. Actually, might need to look at it so I can actually visually describe him properly.
And let's segue on to Jaden Mandrega's personal night. Jarek, would you like to explain your character?
Hello, my name is Lou, and I will be playing a bald wizard by the name of Sotu Lethal Mandrega. I am Knight, though I prefer to go by a butler.
Yes. Also, I noticed for some reason your image didn't light up, and that was weird. But whatever, doesn't matter.
If you have a request, feel free to ask.
So, I didn't hear quite. You are a kobold, yes?
That is correct. I am a kobold.
Nice job on your voice. All right, Blue, would you like to go?
Yes. I am playing an Owlin. Hoonery is his name, and I'm playing the Soulbinder class.
Which is a homebrew subclass that I have allowed.
Yes. Specifically, the subclass that's going to be revealed will be Bond to the Dragon Kid. I will also be revealing my companion's name is Karsoka. This fun little drakes that they're inseparable. You don't separate them.
Their soul is literally bonded together. Yes. Also, keep in mind, people who talk in the voice channel text, this Twitch cannot see that. So if you want them to see what you're saying in there, they cannot see it. I just noticed a bunch of talk going in there, and that's fine, but no one can see it. Okay.
So what I'm hearing from what you described your character, Blue, you made a slave.
No, it's not a slave. It's more like a Digimon style partner.
I'm. That's even worse.
I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to question your logic. I don't consider
Don't
it
worry,
worse.
I'm just joking around. Don't take it serious.
Okay, I'm not taking it seriously. That's why I said. That's why I just said whatever, and I was just going to move on.
You don't have a freaking butler. You're not the one to speak.
Exactly. I guess that only leaves Blink and Fox Warrior. Fox Warrior, do you want to explain your character while Blink types out theirs?
My name is Fox Warrior. I will be playing Cadmus. He is He is a black-scaled dragonborn barbarian, specifically Path of the Wild Soul.
Yes. And would you like to say the name of your alter ego?
I'll say that as time comes out.
Okay. All right then.
It's better to have a much nicer time. After all.
Yes. I have to be careful around Cadmus, or else they'll zap me with their zappy hands.
They go purr.
I will mention there is a few homebrew rules going on in this campaign. One in particular is I am allowing people to reflavor spells to different damage types if one, it makes sense, and two, it's not broken. So some people might have reflavored or might have like spells to different damage types with different names. Do be warned. Yes.
Don't forget about your other homebrew thing. With the
There's a couple of different homebrew things I have, but I feel that was the only thing worth going over. Blink, would you like to share your character, or shall I just get started?
Okay.
Blink said, I'll be playing as a Naga named Lee Devat, who is a Way of the Shadow monk. So, welcome everybody to the world map, and now that the world map's done, session 1 will be taking place within a arena fight. Arena fights are very special in my campaign. They are organized fights across the entirety of the nation of Guardiana. Almost every major city and village has one. And the key thing about these fights is that they have operating within them a faction known as the Luminescence, which is a very powerful healer faction with access to quite a bit of magic. And effectively, in exchange for a cut of the profits from the arena fights, they ensure that they're quote-unquote bloodless fights, which means no permanent injuries occur, and they can even bring you back from death. So, session 1, so basically, go all out in the arena fight. You don't need to worry about permanent injury. Just do not raise anyone as a zombie. Or otherwise make it hard for them to be resurrected.
You know,
Does that sound good to everyone?
valid. That's valid. That sounds good. I agree with this.
All right. Okay, so now that we have everything started, I would like to also mention that session 1 will start with an arena fight. So let me get all of us over to the actual arena map.
Oh. Ooh, yay.
You all recognize this because I did your session 0 battles here.
Yes.
All right. Would everyone like to start placing their player tokens down now? Everyone who is allied with the Foxkin, go here. Everyone who is not, go here. And Lee, you can put yourself up in the crowd because you're not going to be directly involved in the fight, but you are going to be watching.
Wait, put myself where?
I said Lee, not Lee, Blink. Blink, put yourself up in the crowd. I said Lee because that's Blink's character.
No, I mean you're saying put my character where?
Oh, put your character up here because you are allied with the Foxkin. Well, you got hired by them. Remember?
Yeah, north side.
Yep. And anywhere on that raised platform is fair game to put your characters. Or inside of the gate as well, if you want to.
I see baby. I do
Alright.
not want to hurt baby.
So, I shall set the scene while everyone's getting set up. And we shall set it up individually between two. So, okay. I will start with from Flame's perspective. So, Flame. You
Yes?
were requested by your Minotaur to make up for a recent failing, I believe, that not you, but a different clansman had that had him annoyed, and he wanted a bit of entertainment. So he hired you for an arena fight, yes?
Jaden is, of course, very annoyed by this because of how idiotic this Minotaur is.
Indeed. Oh, right. Wait.
Music stopped. Why did music stop?
I stopped the music because I need to switch it, and also, yeah, let me get some mood music into here.
Sorry.
So, your character will, you hire a group of mercenaries. You
Bless
hire a
you.
group of mercenaries to help you in this fight, as you've heard that your opponents are quite difficult in this upcoming battle.
Just quick question. While I'm entering the arena, would I also be seeing my opponents enter the arena as well?
This is not, you have not entered the arena technically yet. This is a preamble before you enter the arena.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just asking when I enter the arena, would they also be entering the arena?
Yes, we'll get to that when we get to the arena section.
Okay.
Because I'm going over the preamble for each of the separate parties before they enter the fight, and all because this will be the first time everyone is here. This will be the first time everyone is here.
All right. Sorry.
It is quite alright. So, oh yes, Fox. What is it?
Oh, Ravager is in the waiting list.
Oh, Ravagers in the waiting list. Are they? Hold on.
Yeah, I kind of should have.
All right. Hello, Ravager. Feel free to speak and introduce your character. I understand leaf blower, household chores. It happens. We have already begun live streaming. So you're live. Ravager will also be joining us on this session. And since they are here before I actually did the arena fight, they will be on the side of Fox. They will be on the side of Cadmus and Hoonery. Their character.
3v5?
Not quite, because you hired some help. So, do all of you remember who Harold and Gerald are?
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, those half ogres. They've come back and they got some improvements on themselves from their fights with everyone else.
Okay, so I have ogres on my side.
Yep, you hired these two because you recognize them, except they got fancy new armor now.
You would look at them. What are their names again?
Harold and Gerald. They are now NPCs. They are not just normal half ogres now. They actually have custom stats and everything that I made. And the fun thing is, each of the improvements I gave them is based off of their individual Session 0 fights.
For context, I think like I was one of the few who had like the easy fight with them, didn't I?
You were one of them, but there was a couple of different people who did.
Yeah.
Anyway, also you have hired the Ghost of the Arena along your side as well, which is that one that doesn't have a profile picture. And that's on purpose because they hide their face a lot anyway.
Actually, funny enough, I might actually have a very good token for that, possibly.
Okay, but we'll set that up after session 1.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be setting that up right now. So, okay. So you hired Harold and Gerald, which you recognized, and your knight also recognized. And you hired the Ghost of the Arena to help you in this pitched fight. This 5-on-5 fight.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to take 20 gold off. 1 sec. There you go.
Yes.
There you go, did that.
Yes. These half-ogres remember every single fight they've had against every single player character in both parties. They know all of you. They might not fully remember, they only like vaguely remember a lot of it, but they do remember, they recognize all of your faces. But we'll go over that in a second. So, okay, that's what your character did. Hoonery. Cadmus, Hoonery. Your party is riding a carriage after you're hired by a foxkin woman to fight for her, but with an ample amount of gold. She gave you more than typically would be given for hiring. It seems she really wants to make sure that she hired you all specifically. How do your characters react to this before they get on the carriage to get here? Because she even paid for a carriage to bring you here.
Hoonery is... go on, Fox.
No, you can.
I was gonna say, Hoonery is a bit shocked, like, this is a lot. A lot. However, we don't have any money. I'm broke.
Indeed.
Making us plenty enough money.
And why is your character okay with this, Cadmus, in terms of going in the fight?
Yeah, this will help calm me down.
Indeed.
The fights do calm you down a lot. I'll be there to guide you. We got Kusoka here. Yep,
Make
Rich as
sure I
well.
don't cut off your wings again.
Alright. Also, Ravager, can you get on roll 20, please?
He's actually on roll 20.
Oh, he is? Then drag your character token up here. Because you will also be involved in this. And how did your character react to the amount of money, Ravager? You can type it out or you can talk in voice chat. You're currently muted, that's the reason, if you do not know.
Yes. Yes, they're typically muted for reasons.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine, I'll remove all that.
Alright. Also, yeah, we do not have a... actually, while they do that, I'll go ahead and set up a picture for them, because they actually just sent me one today. And I'll do that real quickly.
Oh, they have time. The battle hasn't started yet.
Indeed, it has not started yet. Session 1 has started, but we got plenty of time. These sessions will typically take anywhere from 2 to 5 hours, preferably later. That was my idea, anyway. Well, I already have a fair sum of money, but this should be entertaining hit. Yep. That makes sense to me. Alright. What did I name it? Was it Untitled? Yeah, there it is. Download 1. That's what it is.
Oh god.
Okay. So now we'll do the enter the arena. So each of you prepared in the gates before the actual arena fight. So Hoonery, Cadmus, Zokarai, how did you three prepare for this fight alongside Karsoka and Brishnox? Or whatever the name of your father is, if you would. Name of your staff.
It was Rich Notes.
Okay.
We prepare, Hooner prepares by using mage armor.
Okay. Yeah. any concentration spells that you all want, figure them out now and figure out what spells you're using and concentrating on before the session 1 fight. Of course, say that for everyone, not just for Huneri in the game.
Can I try to give bardic inspiration to Jaden?
Yeah, what type of inspiration? You mean the DM inspiration? Oh, bardic inspiration. Yeah, you can do so. That's fine. It'll last for a minute, I believe.
It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
I'll probably, before I enter the arena, give myself Armor of Agathis.
Alright.
So that would be...
So when you enter the arena, but before the fight, you'll give yourself Armor of Agathis.
Yes.
What level are you casting that as?
The only level I can, just at 3rd level.
Okay. So it'll be a level 3 Armor of Agathis. Got it.
Yes.
Alright. What am I doing? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm going to character, I'm going to Zokurai, and I'm going to edit their character sheet. That's what I'm doing.
I'm going to get bardic inspiration from a little poem that I told you.
Yes. I've marked that on my stuff now.
What did you say, Flame?
No. I'll just look at my stuff and let's remember the cold damage, how that's calculated.
Okay. Indeed.
And I cast Shield of Faith.
Okay, you cast Shield of Faith. Huneri, are you casting anything?
I'm doing mage armor on both me and Persoka. Let me check here. Six. Yes, just those two.
Alright, is it okay if it's on to say what spells I have prepped right now?
If you want your opponents to know, then do so.
I have my Shield of Faith and Mage Armor up before I enter the arena.
Okay.
Shield of Faith. Wait, let's check Shield of Faith. Assuring surrounding creature. Granting it +2. I forgot how concentration works again.
The way concentration works is while you're concentrating on the spell, if you get hit by any amount of damage, you need to make a concentration check. Yeah. And if you're concentrating on multiple spells, then you need to take a concentration check for each every time you get hit. And if any of them get failed, then you lose all the spells that you're concentrating on. That's how concentration works.
Valid.
Yeah, also, by the way, I do slightly change the rules for concentration for those at home. I allow concentration on multiple spells. However, as I just stated, if you have to take checks for each of them every time, and if you fail any of those checks, you lose all of them.
I feel like I can do something.
And yes, that is arguably very powerful, but at the same time, it's also the way I do things. So. And I've done these for plenty of campaigns before, and it's worked out alright. So, also, I just finished adding your tokens, okay? So you should be good to go. You now have a picture. Huzzah. Because they use hero forwards to make the miniature for their picture. Also, yes, be sure to pre-measure if you want to. I got my yeah. You got your homunculus, buddy, which we need to drag him out.
Oh, God.
Yes. Which, by the way, Zokurai, you were not here for the intro. Go ahead and introduce to Twitch chat and YouTube chat what your character is. And I'm not gonna... Oh, yeah. Go ahead and do that.
Oh God, oh God, it's just, oh God, 60, what, 65?
Yep. However, a bunch of
Alright.
those are familiars. It is you are a half dragon, half elf artificer. Yes. And your character's
that's a
name.
mouthful.
Yeah. Basically, they're a half dragon, but I said their other half is elf. Just because. And there is a backstory reason as to why.
So they're an elf with even spikier ears.
And brass dragon qualities, yes, because they are specifically brass half dragon.
Ooh.
Okay. Alright. So, Hunari and the gang all enter on a carriage ride that was provided for them to the arena. And now both parties involved are standing behind iron gates, waiting for the fight to start. And I will cut the music out at this point. Is everyone ready?
Yes, let's go.
Okay. You all begin to hear the crowd cheer as this is one of the bigger fights that they've ever anticipated. And Flame, you look towards your men and you see the giant hulking half ogres now covered with like chain armor and wielding more wicked weapons than you remember them having before. Do you say anything to your men?
Do I see my opponent into the arena?
The iron gates have not opened, so neither side has entered the arena yet.
And you say,
Jaden.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Sorry. Jaden would look at both of them and simply say, if you see any casters, target them first.
Harold says, "Yeah, I remember what happened," and he's referencing, and he looks at you and glares at you when he says that. Because I
Jaden just
believe he
gives
was
him
the
a
one
death
that you
stare.
obliterated in one shot with Hex Magic Missile, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Jaden will just gives him a look. and I could
Gerald
do it
just
again if I
chuckles
want
at
to.
that comment.
Jaden will look at him and say, I could do it again if you want me to.
Meanwhile, Ghost is just kind of sitting on a bench, not saying anything, with his hood pulled up. Ghostly silver flames just kind of emanating off his body, and it's silent as always. Not speaking to anyone here, but just waiting for the battle.
As for you, Lethal, you should focus on any of the physical attackers if they get too close on the ogres.
All
Throw
right.
away aggro, if you know what I mean.
Ghost does not respond to this in any capacity. Yes, Jurek? Sorry, yes, Sortu?
Salty would reply to Jaden with a
Okay, got it.
All right. Now we'll flash over to the other half of the party. Unari, how do you and all of your men, quote unquote, how do you all react? Unari, Cadmus, and Zograi. How do you all prepare for this upcoming battle? Because you didn't hear anything that Flame said, but how do you all prepare for this upcoming battle? How do you psych yourselves up?
Well, we have each other. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. But yes. Just fight like you mean it. And though they say it's a bloodless battle, blood will be on the field before it's cleaned up.
Indeed. Well said. Cadmus, do you have any reaction to this? Zokrai?
Hopefully we can have some fun and let's get this done.
Yep. All right. Does Karsoka or how do the others?
Karsoka pipes up like, yes, big fight.
I just pat Krasoka.
All right.
Yes. And Rishnok's just there, watching, as always, observing.
And I will let Zokrai finish typing. Well, Well, who can draw the strongest attention? Because I can't take much hits. But otherwise, chaos time.
I guess I can.
Alright. So, that'll be your duty. Protect the half dragon, I guess. Lee, aka Blink. You are in the crowds waiting for the fight to begin, and you aren't aware of what the two sides are, but from what you've heard, this is going to be a large-scale battle, which usually doesn't occur in an arena unless there's beasts involved, but this will just be all men fighting each other. This will effectively be the equivalent of a squad-on-squad combat. So how does your character react as they anticipate this coming fight, Lee? Because you're just sitting in the stands along with the other crowds that are starting to get antsy, and there's these stands are filled with peasants that are just sitting there waiting for the fight, beginning to murmur things like blood, 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 blood.
More blood.
Yes, peasants sing. I will go ahead and tell people at home. Guardiana is a melting pot for a multitude of different races. So it's not just humans or elves or dwarves or halflings in the crowd, but you also have things like, you know, orcs and half orcs and minotaurs and one snake and tabaxi and kanku and lots of different races. Various different types of bird people, as well as everything in between. If I remember correctly, Lee had to buy actually 3 seats to be able to fit their entire bulk in the stands, which is a bit unfortunate for them. But they came here because they heard a very specific name on the actual ledger that evidently a certain name by Hoonary and Cadmus were going to be involved. And Lee remembers that name from 5 years ago and was very intrigued to actually see them again. They want to see them fight in this way because it's the first time they've heard their name in, well, 5 years. We would be sitting at the crowds. Would be sitting at the crowds, eager to see what. Oh, I'll just let Twitch chat read it out. All right. Indeed.
Indeed. English can be hard. You know, it's the
Okay.
hardest language. Shush, don't talk about it.
So now the fight. All right. So now there's a din before the battle, as there's a moment of silence, and then you hear it. The bards begin the combat music. As the arena music begins to blare out, your iron gates lurch a little bit and start slowly moving upwards, revealing the sunshine from outside as the gates begin to lift and you begin to walk into the arena. You can now see each other's forces for the first time. How do all of your characters react, and what do all of your characters do when you initially get into the arena?
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to click that.
Quite all right.
Someone knows what one of the skills are. Fuck.
It's fine. Harry sees the 2 half ogres like, wait. Do we know them?
I do.
And Cadmus, you also immediately notice the ghost of the arena is there.
Oh, cool! I get to fight him.
Jaden would summon out his greatsword and have the blade of the greatsword specifically aimed at Zachary.
Yeah.
Zachary.
Zokarai, yes.
Zachary, sorry.
It's fine. It's Zokarai, and the nickname is Zachary.
Okay. Zachary. Thank
Yep.
you.
There you
Zuckerberg. By the way, the way I'm gonna have it go is Jaden summons his great sword, having it aimed at Zachary, and then moves it towards what is move it towards Hoonary, so it's aiming towards Hoonary, and then
Yep.
it goes towards Fox's character, Cadmus.
All right. Harold
As
and
if saying
Gerald.
that,
Sorry, go ahead.
as if saying, it's as if saying, you in order, you are my targets.
All right. As you do this, Harold and Gerald begin lumbering out to each side of you, and they start looking around and they go, "Heh, heh, I see." That's what Harold says. And then Gerald says, "It seems we have all our familiar opponents again. Let's show them what we can do, brother." And Harold says, "Yes, indeed. We're not pushovers anymore."
Just don't get cocky.
Yep.
Just hoping you don't get chopped in half again.
Did Cadmus say that out loud in response? Hootery, not Hootery, Harold looks over you and just leers and pulls out his heavy crossbow and aims it towards you, but doesn't pull the trigger. He's just doing that threateningly. Because he now has a heavy crossbow. And any more preamble, or shall I say the words?
So you can just like be seen looking through the book quickly.
Also, to answer your question from before, Flame is a 7 on 5. You have large creatures on your side, so they count as 2 in my opinion.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Also,
yeah.
most of the
Oh,
people
oh,
that making
oh.
up these 7 are a bunch of familiars that have low HP. So,
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure like
Oh.
one of us could just like eradicate all of them with like an AoE or whatever.
that reminds me. Ghost silently enters the arena, and without saying anything, a black mass begins to pour out of him and form in front of him into a creature made of complete darkness and shadow. I forgot that he summoned his familiar.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we have
And his familiar will start
Cadmus-
30 feet in the
That's what
air.
Cadmus says, by the way. Ah, my, what a big weapon. Hope you have the confidence to match it. I've also become much stronger since we last met.
And as this
That
creature
sounds like
is...
compensating for something.
Jaden would
Again,
actually
mockery.
Do you wait? Do you actually?
If DM allows it.
I didn't hear what they said. I was trying to do a preamble. What were you saying? What did you say, Jurek?
I responded to who was it?
Cadmus?
Cadmus.
Katniss, that you're clearly compensating for something.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Vicious mockery.
Cadmus, how do you react to this? Oh, wait, no, you're not using
I'll
vicious
pretend
mockery.
it's something I
Actually,
like time.
you're using vicious mockery?
Yeah.
Okay, roll initiative. That will be your first attack on your turn, Jurek, and I will give you surprise.
Okay.
Well, not surprise, but
Mike,
that'll just
do
be
you
your
mind?
first action on your turn. So everyone, let me pull up turn order and then roll initiative.
Hey.
And I will roll initiative for the half ogres and ghost.
Oh. I mean that's expected of my Oh, okay. I guess I'm going last then.
I haven't rolled for the half ogres or ghost yet, so give me a moment.
Oh, thank God. I'm not going last. I don't think players.
You might still be, for all I know.
No, Cadmus
No, I'm
rolled a
going
6.
last.
Oof. Oh, also, how one way to easily do it is to like click on your token and then you click initiative
Oh, wait, I
button
didn't
over.
do it right.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Click on token and then click on your token and then roll initiative. It goes way better.
Yes, I'm aware. And I'm doing that right
I
now.
mean
It's
it.
just, I have to do it for 3 different character sheets. Give me a moment.
What do you mean you did it? What do you mean you didn't do it right, Fox?
Because
You
I
did-
rolled
your
it and I
initiative
didn't
worked
have
out.
the token clicked on yet. That's the reason why.
No, I'm talking about Fox. Your initiative is 6. The point 14 is just there to deal with, like, in case if someone rolls same number. Basically.
Yep, exactly. Now, Harold?
Fitzgerald.
No. Their name is not Fitzgerald. Also, sorry, that was Gerald. Here's Harold. Okay. So, does anyone have the alert feed?
Alert. I am double checking.
Okay. Zokarai, you have the alert feed, meaning that you were not surprised by the vicious mockery. Wait, do you? Tell me whether you do or not, quickly.
As a spell.
No, I'm talking about the
No.
alert feed.
The feed. There's a feed called alert or something.
It's called alert, yes. No, I'm not talking about alarm. I'm talking about alert. Okay, so if no one has the alert feed, then yes. Sortu, everyone loses their first turn. Basically, it will start from the top, but everyone will only be able to take reactions on their first turn. Other than, actually, I just realized, Jurek, you're not on. Yes, you are. Other than
you
Sortu.
You forgot about Cadamus's initiative.
Katniss forgot to roll their initiative.
No, they
No,
don't.
Cadmus did. No, he did. 6.14.
And he wasn't
forgot to
clicking
click
on his token while he did, so it did not show up in the turn order, so rolled again.
You have to click on
no,
your
you
token.
You can just click on the token and add it.
I'm not. Just roll again.
Alright.
Click on your token, then roll.
How do I roll it from the turn order?
So click on your token.
And then click initiative on your character sheet.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I can manually add it in, but I don't want to bother at this point. I'd rather you just roll it properly.
Why do I forget? It's like I forget. Does Brit just might?
No, it does change much. It's still at the bottom, so it's fine.
What are you asking, Blue?
It's like I forget if Brishnox has his own turn order or if he has.
He has a
initiative
turn
after-
immediately after yours, because that's the Find Familiar rules.
Okay.
Is everyone covered for this? So there will be a surprise round where only Sortu gets his action and bonus action. But once someone's turn is done, they are allowed to take a reaction.
Well, time to cast Vicious Mockery.
So, alright, so that, and then that. So now it's Sortu's turn. So, alright, and who did you target with this?
It was Katniss, wasn't it?
Okay, you tried to cast Vicious Mockery, but you are not within range, I don't think.
50 feet.
It's a safe fuck.
Yep.
No.
So, you tried to cast it, but it didn't do anything. I allowed it, but I didn't change the range, so, yeah.
To catch up, it didn't cost anything at least.
Yeah, it didn't cost anything. Alright, so now we're on to turn 2. Because everyone took their reactions, but I assume no one did anything with them.
I don't have any reaction that I can do.
Okay, so we start the turn with Zokarai. You will go first.
Right.
Oh, I didn't mean to press anything.
Right.
Yes, you accidentally push buttons. Very bad when you're in PvP against other players.
So, as a friendly reminder, you have your movement speed, but then also you have an action, a bonus action, a reaction, and an interaction on your turn.
I will mark that down right now.
That is basic combat economy. Indeed. And also, any familiars that you have, unless it specifies otherwise, will take their turn immediately after you in the initiative order.
Yeah, so it's attaction, reaction, and interaction. Got it.
Uh-huh.
Don't get bonus action. There we go.
Quite alright.
That's fine. Take your time, man.
For once, I don't have to roll HP for the monsters, because I gave Gerald and Harold a preset HP. Yeah, this is D&D. It's slow-paced and it takes a while. I'm fully prepared for this.
Indeed.
Alright, also this is why I told everyone to prepare as much as they want to in like cliff notes for combat, so you know, they just kind of know what they are going to want to be doing on their turn, sort of thing. Instead of having to think about everything in the field. Okay, you'll see sharpshooter concussion kit on who? Who are you shooting at? You have quite a few opponents in front of you. That would be Sortu.
Okay.
Alright, so roll the hit.
Don't worry, I'll keep.
Do you have any reactions?
Don't worry,
Sortu?
I'll keep the child safe.
Do you have any reactions, Sortu? Go ahead and roll the hit, Sokorai.
Currently, I don't have a reaction ease.
Okay. I just
I
wanted to
do.
make sure you didn't have any. You were saying
I
something,
do,
Flynn?
but I have a reaction, but it matters on it matters on the roll right now.
Yeah, I didn't ask if you had a reaction because your character's not being targeted.
I do kind of have a reaction. Forceful presence.
But, well, I mean, but is that relevant to right now?
No.
Okay, then. Alright. So he rolled a 5 to hit you. That is a miss. Alright. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Zokurai? Like moving or bonus action or anything? Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. You have the extra attack feature, so you can attack twice. Roll again. I think you're one of the only people here besides the Barbarian who has the extra attack feature.
It doesn't hit.
That's it. I'm gonna use my action to use. Wait, no, can it?
It's not your turn, I don't
That's the
believe.
question.
18 to hit.
No, I can't. Fuck. I can't
Sword?
use silvery barbs.
No, because you're not within range. Anyway, Sortu. So, what's your AC?
I will. It's.
I believe it's 15.
AC is 15.
Okay, well, do you have any reactions to the success? Otherwise, they're going to roll damage.
Let me check.
You have, like, shield or something? Like a shield spell? Because otherwise, they're going to hit you, and they're using sharpshooters, so they get to add an extra plus 10 to their damage.
Well, I do have shield, but as shield states.
Wait. Oh, it didn't matter.
You were saying, Jurek? Sorry, you saying Sortu?
But as shield states, it only is when hit.
Yeah, and you just got hit.
So yeah, I will use one shield.
Okay, so you'll use a first level spell. Actually, did you learn shield from a book? I forget. Okay.
Not bad, the spell slot.
Okay, so yeah, you use a spell slot, and an invisible blue barrier forms in front of your character, blocking the normally quite deadly shot. Because it effectively gives you an AC of 20 until the end of your next round, I believe. Yeah, end of your next turn. Start of your next turn. Okay. Speaking of, so I believe anything you want to do with your bonus action or movement, Zombrai? Otherwise, I will go ahead and move to the next person's turn. Do you want to, for example, also you have to work. What is your homunculus do? Red. What is Dread doing as well? Also, thank you to Tabletop Audio for supplying music for this arena fight. Some of the music here you'll see I pulled from online free sources, but some of them here were made by Sortu himself. I'll give credit where credit's due. Dread will move forward a bit. Okay. Go ahead and move your character. For the movement, you don't have to tell me. You can just move the piece. You going to say something, Flame?
No, I was looking at Twitch again, and my brain was thinking that it was falling behind.
Okay. Jurek, how did your character react to having this blast shot at them?
Surprise.
And, alright. So I believe that will be the end of Zokarai's turn, unless...
Wait, what did it? Wait, what did it? What done?
No, damage
no.
did not even happen, because they used the reaction spell to increase their AC to 20. They used the reaction spell shield. Damage did not occur because they went from a 15 to a 20. Yep. You did roll really well. Keep in mind, that was with he rolled an 18 with a -5 accuracy penalty. So now so now it is time for Ghosts. So
Well, small question. What is this here?
what is what?
It,
That
That's
is his homunculus,
Yeah.
okay.
which is a small, which manifests as a small winged cobalt.
We're just making sure.
Yep. What's this one again? And the other one with that. Wait, hold on. Oh, there's 2 dreads. Hold on, let me delete the other dread. There's only supposed to be one dread. Apologies.
Oh, okay. Then it's semi-even.
Yes, it is. I forgot there was 2 of his homunculus on the field. Whoops, that was my bad, because I dragged one out. He must have dragged one out. Anyway, so Ghost looks at this and doesn't really react all that much. He sees the shot come out to you and just starts moving forward 30 feet. And he looks over at the small creature that's approaching them and just holds up his finger. As he will cast... as he will cast, which one is it? Ah, here we go. Radiant Blast. With a 22 to hit your homunculus. I believe that is a hit, so I'll go ahead and roll damage.
Damn. 15 to hit. 4 plus 3. Dang.
Oh wait, that's not the spell. I did not mean to use spell description. Let's do this. For 7 radiant damage. And then there is 2 beams, so they'll fire it again. This time only getting a 10, which I do not believe is good enough to hit your thing.
Wait, I want to look at something.
What are you looking at? No, it's not.
I was thinking of possibly using my reaction to cast Silvery Barbs on him.
You
but
can
he
only
could
do.
re-roll that. Or was that only when
He's on
or is
your
that only
side.
when-
Why would you cast it on yourself?
No, I'm just reading over it. Don't worry, it's fine.
So Silvery Barbs cannot be cast here because it's only when something's successful. So unless you want to like steal Ghost Luck or something.
Oh, okay, I see. I was trying to read over that, so I'm trying to skim over it as best I can.
Anyway, okay, so your thing took 7 radiant damage this turn, and as he does it, as this occurs, he just doesn't have any reaction and lowers his hand, and then the little creature that he has next to him, this floating blob of what can only be described as ink, follows
He hasn't.
here.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Did Hoonery say anything in response to this?
No, it's me having player thoughts.
All right. And that will be the end of Ghost's turn. Now we come to Gerald. Gerald goes, "Ha! Time to show off our new abilities, brother." And we'll begin to move forward. He will move over here. And he looks over at Cadmus and says, "Did you mention something about chopping me in half?" As he pulls out a giant crossbow and aims it towards you.
Jaden is face palming in the background.
What's the range? 90 feet, so he's within the short range for his weapon. So he will not have this. He will not have disadvantage because it's 100 to 400.
Ooh, that's long.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Roll d20. So I believe that hits, unless you want to use a reaction if you have one.
Danger sense.
What does it do?
You gain danger sense. Wait, where?
Isn't that just for Dex?
That's just for like Dex saves towards traps.
Against
Okay.
effects that you can see, such as traps or spells. This is not a trap or a spell. This is a weapon attack, and it's an attack roll.
Dang it, you're not close enough. If you're close enough, me, I could have done something.
Yeah, these half-ogres have had silvery barbs used on them enough times. They know to stay out of 60-foot range. Because I believe, like, 5 of the different people in Section 0 use this on them.
I swear, we all have silvery barbs.
I'm pretty sure almost every player character has silvery barbs, yes. I'm pretty
It's
sure.
It's a really good spell.
I'm pretty sure even Lee in the stands has silvery barbs. And whenever someone says, "What first level spells are available?" it's one of the first ones I suggest. That and shield. That's part of the reason why. I'll partly take blame for this.
Okay.
Alright. So I will damage.
Very good spell.
You take 9 piercing damage, Cadmus. Which are you raging? Did you rage before you entered here or not?
I didn't rage yet.
Okay, so that'll just be 9 damage.
Not halved.
Sortu does not have silvery barbs. Okay. Alright, and then that will be the end of Harold's turn. He goes, "Ha! How do you like my new bow?" And he'll go on to Sortu.
Tickled a little bit. Thank you.
He struck you right in the left shoulder, by the way, and put in some of your dragon scales in the left shoulder.
Jaden is just face palming in the background.
Alright. Door 2. What shall you do?
Could I get could
I could see Lee commenting that. Lee comments to himself, that's a crossbow, not a bow.
Could I kindly ask to for the dungeon master to show me which of these tokens are pets?
This is a homunculus. This is a soul bonded creature, and this is a familiar. Also, this is a familiar. I say homunculus separate as it's not a fine familiar thing. It's something entirely different. But it is also a pet, quote unquote. Yeah, I play D&D, Darth Tron. Welcome to the stream. I've been setting up this campaign for a month now. At least.
Yeah, first
There's been a big event going on my server.
I will move. Let's go with 30 feet.
Remember, by the way, if there is a target between you and what you're firing at, they will get half cover, which is +2 to AC.
Let's see. So I can aim at this. This is also a thing, and that. Okay, so I'll kindly ask a second level magic missile.
Oh boy, so you're hitting all 3 targets with magic missile?
That's currently 5. But wait, there's more.
Oh.
I use Blade Flourish.
When you attack as an
that-
act... sorry, what were you saying, Flame?
Blade for I was just gonna say Blade Force is just a weapon. It has to be done with a weapon attack.
It doesn't say that though. Oh,
No, it says when you attack as an action, your speed increases
I don't know how
by...
to read, never mind.
Yeah, do not use
Yeah.
Blade Flourish. Either way, you cast this at 2nd level, right? Or did you cast it at 1st level?
I got to this at 2nd level.
Then you have a 4th beam, I'm pretty sure. Where are you directing the
beams.
4th beam?
5 beams.
5 beams. Wait. No, isn't it 4?
Map this up.
It's 4 beams.
Okay.
If you catch it, second level.
Where are you aiming the 4th beam before I calculate damage? Also, the homunculus takes 5 damage, Korsoka takes 5 damage, and Brixnox takes 5 damage. And who else is taking 5 damage?
I would say one more here.
Cadmus. So all of you mark down 5 force damage on your health bars. Which is Zokarai for the homunculus, Cadmus for that, and then Hunari, you're marking down for Korsoka and your statue. And do any of your characters respond to this?
Oops, sorry.
You rolled for it.
I rolled HP to be trying to change hit point value. No, I have to like. Actually, I would actually have to manually do that myself. Okay then, noted.
Yes.
I'm just make a notepad for that.
Does any of your characters react to this, or should I just move on to the next turn?
It's gonna be my turn. Anyways, I was like, oh shoot.
Cadmus?
Let me
Screw.
see. Do I have the
It's
bonus
slightly
action I
grumble.
want to use?
What did you ask, Jarek?
No, I'm just looking over for bonus actions.
Okay.
No, I don't have a bonus action to use yet.
All right, and you used up
Okay.
your movement,
Oh,
so...
okay.
Also, by the way, Cadmus, do you have shield?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to use it there? Because you
Yeah.
blocked the magic missile if you did. Do you want to?
Yes.
Okay, so Cadmus does not have to take the damage because a blue shimmering shield appeared blocking the unblockable bolt. Because shield specifically is noted as completely negating magic missile. For him specifically. Good thing you didn't target that all at Cadmus. Alright, speaking of, we will go to Hoonery's turn. It is now Hoonery's turn. Hoonery, what shall you do?
Well, let's see. Step one, seeing as things are coming over, he's gonna move, I guess, 10 feet over, I guess. He's gonna go and, like, what's the range of this spell again? I'm curious. Actually, no, yes.
I believe both Karsoka and the statue take turns after yours in initiative order.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was something I want to do-ish, but, hang on, what does...
Oh, for those at home, by the way,
yeah.
I slightly changed how Find Familiar works. You no longer have to use your action to command them to take an action. For Find Familiar, specifically. Not for other things, but for Find Familiar specifically.
Okay. They just do their own action, got it.
Yeah, if they have some sort of attack on their thing, they can do their attack on their thing without you having to command them. We went over this before in the Session Zeros. Also, I completely forgot to set up Karsoka's thing. One moment. You keep figuring out what you're doing, Henry. You have 3 characters to work with right now. The crowd is on... The opening shots are being fired, and the crowd is on edge to see who will win this bout. Oh god, you're making a box.
I wasn't specifically making a box. Hey, would you mind loading my character sheet again that I actually closed out of?
What do you mean?
Thanks. No, nothing. It's just my character sheet wasn't loading properly. I want to double check stuff, which I've been trying to do. How much does this guy do? 120 feet. Yes.
Oh, by the way,
yes.
do all of you have the extension? For the
I have the
rulers?
extension. I just want to take a look actually at actual spell descriptions.
It's like, and suddenly a comet hits the entire arena. No. Everyone takes 100 d10 fire damage. Wait, what?
Oh dear lord. Oh no. Okay,
That's a
it.
joke. That's
You take 30d12 fire damage. Wait, what?
Right.
Alright, when I take the attack option, I can be using that twice if I'm correct.
Yes, for your attack with Karsoka, yes. When, however, if you use your action, if you use your bonus action, it cannot do 2. You can only do 1.
Oh, right. I don't have the second attack feat.
For the bonus action, yet, no.
I get that. I remember now.
Insert that one meme of that woman force launching herself through a starship. Except she's force launching herself into the arena and blowing everyone up.
Suddenly, a snake into the arena.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna... Why do I have that? I don't know. For this round, Henry's gonna go over to, Brishnox. I mean, not Brishnox, Cadmus. Put on his shoulder a bit, and whisper in his ear. I think, in Abyssal, by the way, I think there is a good place to strike. Go all out. They seem to have good stuff for you anyways. And I will be casting guidance.
Alright,
God.
so you cast guidance on Cadmus, and pardon my pun, I think you're speaking his language now.
Indeed. That's precisely why I did that. Hoonery embraces that for Cadmus, and Cadmus alone.
Alright, and does Brishnox also offer Console of the Past to them?
You know what? Yes.
Alright, so Fox Warrior, you get 2 layers of guidance on your character now. Because Console of the Past is identical to Guidance, but it's stacks with Guidance.
What is guidance buff?
I believe it's 1d4 on any ability check, or something like that.
Yeah, on an ability check, you gain a d4.
Checking Compendium. So periodically clicking back to the other screen just to make sure. Yep.
Guidance, specifically, you touch one willing creature. Yeah, let me just do this.
You touch one willing creature before the spell ends. The target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of its choice. It's a concentration for up to a minute. You can roll the die before or after making the ability check. After rolling the ability check. Okay.
And then I'm going to specifically put up Council of the Past.
Yep. Which is, as I said, the same thing, except it's stacks with guidance. So any ability checks that you need to do for the next minute, you can do with 2d4s added on.
And then after that 1 minute, you will technically have another d4 for 10 minutes.
What's that one from?
Council of the Past. Once within the next 10 minutes.
Ah, okay. So Counts of the Past lasts 10 times as long. I forgot about that. Anyway, I don't think that'll matter in this case because a minute is 1 hour. Sorry, a minute is 10 rounds. And we aren't even through round 2. Alright, is there anything else you're doing on your turn, Henry? Is there anything that Korsoka is doing? Because you still have your bonus action, I'm pretty sure.
It's actually not a whole lot. Wait a second. Up as a bonus action.
Also, all 3 of your people still have their movement. And
yes.
the statue used his action, is all I want to say.
Yeah, that's for good reason. There's actually not a whole lot I can do at this exact moment. I'm just not in the range to do stuff. I'm gonna also say, like, Cadmus and Kersoka go to the front, and Rishnox will be here to help protect us.
Alright, do you have Healing Word at the bonus action?
I don't have Healing Word as a bonus action.
Okay. Just double checking, because then you can heal Cadmus. Alright, so will that be the end of your turn?
Technically, I have a lot of healing potions.
Yes, which you could drink with a free interaction on your turn.
No, dude.
You only get 1 interaction per turn now, so only drinking 1 healing potion on your turn. Anyway, is that the end of your turn?
That is gonna be the actually. I'm
Move-
gonna have
Move
Kersoka move up just a bit.
Yeah, move Karsoka and Britox. You can do it. You don't need me to do it. You're a big boy.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, go away.
Rishnox gonna move here. And what's the speed? What's Kersoka's distance? 30. And then 9. I just wanna make sure everything's right. Move for sight there.
Also, I'm going to make sure that everyone's nameplates are being shown. That way everyone can see each other's names. See the name to all the characters. Okay. So, we'll move on to Harold's turn. Show nameplate.
Henry's right there.
Show nameplate. Okay. So, Harold will now get a turn. And he looks over all this and goes, "This gonna be a right ruckus, I bet," and starts moving toward. This gonna be a right ruckus, I bet, and starts moving towards you. I forgot to.
Oh god, they're hillbillies.
Harold is a hillbilly. Gerald is not.
They're scarier than half-orcs. They're half-orc hillbillies.
I tell you what.
I just want that. I want that. If there's ever like a modern D&D campaign, the hillbillies are half orcs, just really fat half orcs.
I want that as a shirt.
Anyway,
want that as a shirt.
he looks over and goes, "Ooh, that's a pretty looking dragon," and aims a heavy crossbow at Karsoka.
Oh, shit.
Alright, I will roll an attack. NPC actions, heavy crossbow. Wow, they're rolling hot today. 21.
Oh, shit, that's definitely gonna hit. That's definitely gonna hit.
Alright, let's see how much damage it does. That is 11 damage? Yeah, that's 11 damage.
Okay, then. Damn, I'm gonna... Okay.
Just making sure I'm close to Hoonery, right?
You are within 5 feet.
Yes.
Can I use a bonus action to give him a healing potion?
No, that would require an action to pass. That would require your interaction to pass it to him.
And you have to be on your turn for that.
Yeah, it's not your turn yet.
I'm pretty sure.
Also, you would not be able to give him one and drink a healing potion on your turn unless you also used your action to drink one. Because that will allow you to do an interaction by using your... do a second interaction if you use your action.
Got it.
So... and then Harold looks into this and goes, "Ha! I got a solid hit!" And it will go to Jaden's turn. Jaden, what you gonna do? You've seen all this
Jaden?
happening.
Jaden locks eyes with the owlin. And
Oh.
he's going to use his bonus action to apply Hex.
How far away are you? Hex has a range of 90 feet, so I believe you're within range. Yes.
Just in range.
What does your hex manifest as on what does it manifest on their bodies?
It manifests as a dragon skull.
A green dragon skull?
A copper dragon skull, specifically.
Well, I figured green because okay, but whatever.
Wait.
A tarnished copper dragon skull appears on your body, and how does Hoonery react to this?
What is this?
Alright.
Does Hernry begin... A quick question. Does Hernry look at Jaden?
I don't know, do they, Hoonery?
No. No, he's just staring at it. It's like, huh.
As you're looking at him, you
I'm not
see
looking at
a
Jaden.
like... Yeah, you're looking directly at Jaden, and you see a kind of draconic like head, a dragon head, forming out from behind over his shoulder on his right. As I am going to cast Eldritch Blast.
Yes, which for Jaden's character manifests as screaming dragon heads flying at you.
Yes. Why did it not count? 1 sec. There,
You don't have it registered as an attack roll.
No, I clicked on the spell, not the attack. Sorry.
Ah.
Okay.
What? That
Okay,
plus
sorry,
one?
sorry.
Oh, Bardic Inspiration, that's why.
Yeah, I'm taking that away. Sorry, I should have removed Bardic Inspiration. Sorry about that.
Well, okay, so you got a 15, basically, to hit?
It's a 15, yes.
Okay, you are firing through Dread, so he has half cover.
Am I? Oh, okay.
Yep.
But does that hit?
What's your AC, Hoonery?
It does not hit.
Your AC is currently 16 plus 2 makes 18.
Okay, can I spend a d6 to roll that Bardic Inspiration properly?
Does Eldritch Blast, do you have multiple shots of it? Yeah, you do. So yeah,
Yes.
with your second shot of Eldritch Blast, if you want to, then yes.
Okay, I'll roll my second blast, but yeah, I'm gonna use my second blast. But
Keep in mind, you
With
need to
Bardic
meet or
Inspiration.
beat an 18.
Oh boy.
17. Fuck.
Alright, so as these shots come in, Hoonery just sees them whiz past their, whiz straight towards them, and I assume you, like, duck out of the way a little bit with your flying speed or something? Or, like, quickly gust
Yes.
upwards?
Yes, precisely.
And now another question: does anyone speak Sylvan?
Wait.
Why does that matter?
Reasons.
I don't believe revealing that information is useful right now.
Moonery speaks Sylvain. Sylvan.
Okay, well, Jaden doesn't know that because Jaden will say to Lethal in Sylvan, Tog Daolin.
Okay.
And he'll end his turn. Lethal, sorry, yeah. And that will be where Jaden ends his turn.
Okay.
Goddamn sorted.
Yes. Sorry, I forgot for a second who that is. Cadmus, you're up. So, you've seen all this happen. What's your good... And you got the guidance, quote-unquote, from Hoonery. What are you gonna do?
Eldritch Blast.
Oh,
God! Oh God!
who you firing at?
And Jaden.
Oh
Remember,
God!
guidance only applies to ability checks, not attack rolls.
Must.
Alright, so as you fire at Jaden and you laugh a little bit, you aim wide of his head. Fire again.
That second one would have probably hit.
Oh
That's
God!
I believe that's a crit. Yes, that's a crit.
Fuck! If only I was closer, I could use my boxing. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
a definite hit. Oh,
as
God.
you try to go out of the way, it hits you directly in your chest and roll damage.
2d10.
Okay, you also could have just click the you also just could have clicked the thing, but that works too.
If you click the Eldritch Blast plus floor part, it actually rolls it for you.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter either way, we'll just take that 9. So you take 9.
Doesn't it crit?
Yeah, it crits, so actually it does bonus damage. So yeah, let me
Roll
just go ahead and
1d10.
click that. It
There you
did
go.
shouldn't it be doing
11.
it should be doing 2d10. Oh, because it's critting.
No, it did do 2d10. It did. The second, the one on the other end.
Oh,
No, because that's +1 for con. It says +1 for con. I don't think they set up their character sheet correctly.
No.
The plus one is the other. Plus one is the other.
D10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. However, the red one, it actually says it.
Okay. So yeah. All right. So that is it's 11 damage. That you just take.
Looking at something quick. 11 damage I take, right? Okay. Well, that's only my hit points. That's fine. Okay. And I must roll concentration, correct?
Yes, you must roll concentration.
Okay, I have to beat 10. Please roll high. Please help me here, dice.
How many spells are you concentrating on? 1?
2.
Two.
No, I think, yeah, it's only 1, because Shield of Faith isn't concentration, I don't think. Let me check. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not concentration.
All right, then yeah,
No,
just
it's
make
no,
one
no, it
concentration.
is concentration. Shit, I have to roll twice.
Yeah, you have to roll twice, and if you lose either of them, you lose both.
Okay, first roll. Safe. Second
Okay.
roll. Safe. Okay, cool.
So, despite this grievous hit on you and this now bruise that's on your chest, you managed to keep focused on the fight.
It didn't go straight to my normal health, which is I'm happy about.
All right,
Yeah,
and
so- I
that-
use my bonus action to rage.
oh, all right. So, does your character do anything when they rage, or are they just raging?
Wild magic, they have wild magic.
Oh, go ahead and roll
Yeah,
wild magic then.
Yeah, that's Wild Soul. I think
Yeah.
Wild Soul doesn't do too much as long as you don't roll the stuff that damage your allies.
We are aware, Flame. Roll wild soul.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I talk out loud. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind.
What do I roll for that? Just D8?
What does your sheet say? I thought you had this written down.
Yes, it's your wild magic.
D8 plus proficiency plus con.
That's your saving throw. You want to look at your charts, your wild magic charts.
Sorry, I'm just looking quickly. I thought I was written it down somewhere.
Maybe it's in your notes.
Oh, Constitution.
Yeah, you have a wild surge table in your notes. It's a D8.
Yeah, wild surge.
Go ahead and roll
That's what I wanna
D8.
look for.
So it's just a D8, got it.
Yep, just D8. But yeah, because he's a wild soul barbarian, his casting modifier is Constitution.
Yeah.
Alright, so you got number 6, which says, until your rage ends, you are surrounded by a multicolored protective light. You gain +1 bonus to AC, and while within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus. So every ally within 10 feet of him gains +1 AC.
Oh god. Okay. Shit.
What, 19 now?
Well, no, you were 16. You got the +2 because of the half cover.
Oh, plus half. So I'm okay, 17 now, because I'm in range with him. Got it. I will need to note that I will drop that down as a global AC modifier.
Okay, and I made a 10-foot aura around Cadmus, so you can actually see that. Which,
Oh, I need to
you're not Cadmus anymore, are you? Would you like to reveal? Does your character shout out who they are? It doesn't not get revealed yet.
Deal the might to Dracul.
Dracul has been unleashed.
Basically, his eyes glow red and his wings just grow.
And they're not dragon wings, they're demonic wings. And that will be where we'll end that turn. Zokarai, you're up again, and currently while you're within this bubble, you have +1 AC.
Jaden blinks blankly.
Yeah, currently the bonus is affecting Cadmus. It's affecting Cadmus, Hunari, Zokarai, and Brishnox are the ones currently in your. That's true. I wonder how Lee reacts to this happening. And as Zokarai, how do you react to seeing them rage out? I'm curious. Oh, also, I'd like everyone to roll me a d20 now.
Rolling a d20.
That's a 3 for me.
That's
That's it.
alright. Zokarai rolled a nat 20.
Nice.
I'm not worried.
Lee is worried, is my point. Is Lee's point. No, Lee, you don't have to roll. Everyone in the arena rolls. Also, that's a good point. Let me roll 3 d20s. R.
Okay.
1.
Do I need to roll one for Kasoka and Brishnox?
No. Not the
Okay,
non-familiar characters.
Okay.
Okay, so nothing actually, sorry. So Zokarai, as this fight is going on, you hear something clink on the floor next to you, and you look over. Roll me a d8, Zokarai. All right. You have just had thrown at you a light crossbow and 6 arrows. 6 bolts, sorry. from the crowd. Someone in the crowd just threw a weapon into the arena.
Free money.
And they just threw it basically right next to you from above you. And you might look up and you just see a random kid giving you a thumbs up, says, "Go kill them!" And
God damn it.
it is your turn, Sakurai. What shall you do?
Oh, this is insanity.
This will happen at the end of every turn for an arena fight. Where you could potentially just have something happen. It was a light crossbow and 6 bolts. You don't know if it's magical or not.
It's like a nerf crossbow.
Just imagine,
Okay.
You're not gonna take your chances?
I mean, for all you know, it might explode. I haven't said anything.
It can explode. Well...
Anyway. But considering the kid gave it to you, basically, and said, "Go kill them," I'm going to assume that it will not explode. Or I think your character can pretty much figure it's something beneficial and not harmful. Good thing? Lee, people carry self-defense weapons in this world. There are pretty much every citizen has a weapon on them at any given time. So it's not unheard of for a child to just have a light crossbow on them. Regardless, if you want to pick it up, you can have it be your interaction for the turn. Kids giving gifts tend to normally be good. I would be worried if otherwise. Useful advice from probably the oldest one in the room.
The oldest.
Yep. You can do a thumbs up as you pick it up. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Alright, and what shall you do, Zokurai? Also, Ghost looks up and just waves to the child. Which is the first time you've seen Ghost show, which is the first time any of you have seen Ghost show emotion in the arena fight.
That makes Draco smirk.
Hope everyone has water and snacks to make sure that they're hydrated.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm gonna go back and pour myself actual like water because I'm actually getting thirsty now.
Yep. Go ahead. It'll be a while until your turn. In before everyone targets Jaden for no reason. Oh, okay. So you're gonna fire your sharpshooter cannon again. Okay, who are you firing it at? Wait, do you tell the kid that, Dracul?
No, I'm telling Kershoka.
Okay.
I didn't want to say things that level, because it's like, they're too far away. Get them closer to me!
Yeah.
Gladly.
Also, Zokurai, don't forget, if you want to say something to the entire crowd, you do have that bonus action thing, but I don't know if you want to use your bonus action to do that.
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Wait.
Oh,
go ahead.
no. Who was everyone talking again? mean, we should probably all focus down one person. Who's the scariest Zuza, Jaden? Scariest.
That would probably be Ghost, if we're going to be fair. I'd rather half ogres.
True. It's like, I want to take out the ranged people first, especially those ogres.
I will say Ghost is by far the most intimidating person in the entire room, in just sheer intimidation stat. They have a passive intimidation of like 22.
Oh, huh.
I don't know if it's actually 22, but it's something like that. It's really high.
Oh, thank goodness you have that. Alright, yes, that. Got it. I need to read up what that help action does.
Zokurai, who are you
I'm looking at it myself.
Alright, so you're going to target ghosts then? Alright. Roll for damage. Sorry, wait. Hold on. Okay, so you do not hit. That is a miss. A 16 is a miss. Roll your second shot.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
Basically, they were asking who's the most intimidating person in the room, and I said that's Ghost, just from sheer intimidation stat.
No. Oh, okay.
And Zokurai is currently shooting at Ghost. Which, it is important to remember, Flame, that if you lose this fight, Ghost will give you your money back.
You lad, could you say that again?
I said it is important to remember that if you lose this fight, Ghost will give you your money back.
You keep cutting out.
I just wrote down what he says.
I think it's something on your end, Flame, not something on my end. Because
Flame,
Yeah.
in roll 20, I just wrote out what he said. Money back to you.
If Ghost loses, I get my money back. Oh, okay.
no, if your entire side loses.
Oh,
If-
okay.
If you lose the fight in general, yes. Anyway. How do I do private messages in Roll20? I forget.
A slash whisper name.
Slash whisper a space, and then you start typing name.
The full name, or can I just do part of
Oh,
it?
are you gonna say which caster you're gonna target? Because there's like 3 casters on the opposing team.
It doesn't need to be the full name. It will show you an icon of the group.
Because I'm doing slash whisper, and it's not actually doing anything.
Do
I
slash
go
W.
slash W.
Pass it.
Quickly start typing a name, like the name of an actual character.
Or person.
Oh.
Ah, okay.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Who did you target?
Okay.
Oh, he's targeting me. Fuck's sakes. That hits. That, yeah, that hits.
I think. Well,
If only I did swap my strength and dexterity. If only.
Do you have the shield spell?
No, not yet. I haven't gotten it yet. Yeah, that hit. Yes. Ha! Ha!
Holy shit,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's. Oh god, I have to actually do math here. 1 sec. Fuck. Holy shit, that is a lot of health. Oh my god. No. Jeez. What the fuck?
Okay. I had to confirm something for Sartu. Sorry, what happened while I was gone? Oh god, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of HP was lost.
Did you fire Eldritch Blast? Oh, wait, no, sorry. You fired the Sharpshooter Cannon. Yeah!
I was the one who fired Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that's... I believe it's... Okay, what?
That is 26 damage. In all.
Yeah, and I believe it's... I think the concentration saves are 13 now.
No, your
Because of
concentration
that.
saves are DC 26. Because they are equal to the damage if it's higher than 10.
Wait. What? Why would it be that? Isn't it half of it?
No, it's fully it. It's
that does
equal
not
to...
sound right.
I'll double check, but I'm 99% sure that's how concentration works.
No, if it did work like that, then no one would play caster because you literally would just always break concentration on everything.
This is the reason why they get like they try to get like advantage and proficiency. Is from DC 10 or half the damage received. You're right, half the damage received.
I knew it. It's 13.
Okay, I was
It's
wrong.
already
Okay, so
done.
yeah, it's a DC 13. It's a DC 13. Apologies.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god. Oh god. So I have to roll 3 concentrations now because of heads. First. Okay, yeah, I lost that all.
Yep. So you
Okay,
lost
I got
everything that you're concentrating on.
Fuck. My AC is low. I'm gonna die.
This is that's what I said. You can concentrate on multiple things, but this is the price that you pay. You have to make a check for each.
I know. I know. I'm just happy that no one talks to me now.
I'm sorry, it comes out of me sometimes.
Quite alright.
It makes imperfect for Dracul.
Yes. Hey, I have an evil laugh too. You'll hear that if I ever get to do a villain, or if I just get to be evil DM. Also, it's good to remember, your DM inspirations are all active. I gave every player character a DM inspiration at the start of this thing to make sure that session 1 doesn't go completely lopsided. Anyway. So,
I could say that. Okay, wait. You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to lose all my stuff. Can I use DM inspiration to re-roll my check?
yes, you can.
Yeah.
It will
I'm gonna
use
do
it up,
that.
but you can. That's why I brought it up. You can use the DM inspiration to either gain advantage on a roll or to re-roll a D20.
Okay,
what you do,
that's,
you
one,
use-
that's one success.
Okay.
Second one.
Come on, you can do it.
That's good.
There you
Last
go.
one.
There you go.
Come on. Come on.
Come on.
No! Ah!
It still failed!
No! No!
So with the blessing of the divines, you try to hold on, but eventually it's too much damage, and you just lose. You're like, I lost my train of thought. No. And you lose concentration on your spells.
Fuck. So that's everything. That's all my buffs gone. Oh god, I have to prep now.
Alright. Zokarai, do you have anything else on your turn, or shall Ghost go? Or in other words, shall go Ghost?
Good.
That was an epic moment, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so a DM inspiration, I gave everyone at the start, and I'll give you one for like kudos if I ever feel like it. Basically, that just means that you can either re-roll a d20 or add advantage to a roll. One of the two. But once you use it, it's used up until I give you another one at some point. Maybe.
Okay, Jaden has a new target now.
Yep.
Technically, wasn't that his first initial target?
Ironically, is it the one that
Yeah.
cast Eldritch Blast on Flame?
Yeah,
You're-
Zokarai is a monster in terms of what his character can do, because that thunder cannon is, sorry, that concussion cannon is crazy.
It's lethal as hell.
Because he can also do sharpshooter on top of it, which adds just a flat plus 10 damage. I feel like people are going to be pissed off. I'll use my bonus action, but I'll use my bonus action. Done. Oh, so wait, what are you using your bonus action on? Is it for your speech thing? Moved right away. Okay. Alright, so now he's within the +1 AC. Got it. Ghost.
Here he goes.
Ghost sees all of this going on, and he looked down casually from the child, and he looks over, and he flies his familiar towards a target, and he has a dash. And let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Do.
Can I stab it?
It's high initiative. So that means I cannot take a reaction this turn, can I? Wait.
You can take a reaction on this turn just fine. It was only for the surprise round that was the thing.
Okay, cool.
Also, I forgot to roll him. I forgot to roll him one of his things, but never mind. Doesn't matter. I need to check something.
Let's see. Use your action and move on its own, but the only action it takes on this turn is a dodge action unless you take the action command. Okay, noted. So
Okay.
technically,
So, sorry. Go ahead, Blue.
no, I was also slightly speaking out loud. So technically, since my turn hasn't come yet, Hisoka cannot take the dodge action yet.
No. However, were
See,
they
well,
dodging? Were they dodging on the previous turn?
Yes, they would be because that's the only action they can take.
So they
that's
count as
something-
having had the dodge action until now, basically, because it doesn't reset at the end of a round. It resets when their turn starts.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should always be specifying that because that's like an action that should just standardly be done. I'm writing that down in my notes.
Yeah, it's automatically done by familiars unless you tell them to do a different action, basically. Okay, he just looks, he has his familiar dash towards you, and he simply mutters a singular word in Celestial. Die. And he casts inflict wounds through his familiar at Karsoka.
You already has.
Because the Ghost Familiar uses its reaction to allow him to cast a touch range spell through it. It can dash during the same turn.
Right? Does the dodge action take place?
The dodge action just gives him disadvantage on the attack roll. It was already a thing. That's all dodge does.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No.
Roll 20, stop freezing on me, please. Thank you. And they rolled an 8 to hit.
Actually, that's a critical failure.
That doesn't. Critical failure doesn't matter. It's just a failure.
Oh, even if okay, well, didn't matter. That he didn't have advantage.
Yep. So he's gonna die, and as that happens, the little ink familiar that's here uh, went to touch Karsoka, but Karsoka backed away just in time as it starts to crackle with black lightning that quickly fades away. You manage to dodge this one, and he goes, and then moves 30 feet forward. That's annoying. He's moving ever closer to all of you.
Yes.
And, bonus action. He has a bonus action thing he will do. I've been forgetting to do this.
There's
Uh,
enemy here.
Alright, now I need to pull up what that table is. I need to roll a d8. Okay. Wait. Okay, yeah. So I retain the tail until I use it. Got it. Okay, and that will be his turn.
Jakku would just smirk at Unari and just go, so annoying, isn't it?
Alright.
3.
And now it is Gerald's turn. Gerald looks over and this goes, huh. This is a very this is a very interesting situation. It starts moving over here. I'm gonna actually have him roll a d6 to see who he targets. He will be targeting Dread. Alright, so he will now fire his heavy crossbow at Dread. That is a 21 to hit. Keep in mind, Dread has +1 AC, but that doesn't matter in this case. Rolling damage. 19 piercing damage.
Ow.
That was a maximum damage roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
was
Actually,
a
sucked.
tricky.
That was just under a maximum damage roll. Maximum of 20. Yeah, yeah, because they're rolling 2d10 for their heavy crossbows. Because they're large heavy crossbows, not normal heavy crossbows. So, yeah, I believe that completely one-shots Dread, if I remember correctly. Check your HP. I believe, yeah, that's Dread gone. So as this vicious bolt comes out and fires, it just hits the little creature. It hits the little kobold, and the kobold shatters like glass. And this little gem that was, as its entire body disappears, this little gem just falls down and tink, 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 falls on the floor.
Well, that's not good.
We must continue on.
Yes. He goes, ha ha ha! I got the first kill. And now it will be Sortu's turn.
First blood means nothing.
Not first blood, first kill. First blood would be, doing damage.
Well, first, I will scream at the little prince.
Hello, Prince, what?
Jaden.
Dread the little homunculus died, Lee.
And I will use a free bonus action spell of the healing word.
Okay. Also, the crowd roars in triumph as they go, yes! Blood! Kill! kill, kill, as they're getting started roared up.
Are you going to use a high level or just low?
I have to use I have to use my first level because it's free on the first level.
He
Oh,
used his free use of it, yes.
okay.
Alright.
If I remember correctly, my
Shit.
spellcasting ability modifier is charisma.
That's shit. I should have done that.
It would tell you in the spell menu, yes. I'm pretty sure it is, though.
Spellcasting ability.
Well, you have two. Well, you have two spellcasting abilities on your character, which is intelligence and charisma.
You can use either.
Yeah.
I will use charisma, so I roll 1d4 plus 3.
Okay. Make a roll. Lee, on the other hand, will get nervous seeing that his friends are now one member down in the fight. Yes, indeed.
So I will heal Jaden for 6. For
All right.
6.
And who are you healing, Jaden?
And now I will resume with the walking a little bit. And let's see, do I see our boy?
Yes, but he'll have half cover.
Well, I am using magic missiles.
Matter. Yes, you see every, because it doesn't block view, it just gives them cover, is all it does. Are all of these going at the thing?
Well, I am not done yet. I am not done yet.
Did you forget to add your thing first?
Because I have to use my thing.
Oh, Side of Twilight. Uh-oh. This is going to be a lot of damage, because he gets to add the D10 to the magic missile damage.
So, right there.
So it's 8. It's 3 times.
4 times.
How much? 4 times. So it's 3. So it's 3 times 4 plus 10 plus 8. Sorry.
So, wait a minute. So it's 3... How are you hitting all of these on Hoonery?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait. I thought Henry have shield. Oh.
I have shield.
Do you want to cast shield?
Then why did you use it last time?
Because they didn't target Hoonery last time.
No, it wasn't targeting me.
Yeah, you
Oh.
did.
It targeted Karsoka, Brisnox, Cadmus, and Zokarai. Anyway, so, Hoonery, if you don't use shield, you're going to take like 44 damage.
Yeah, why I'm using shield.
Yeah, okay, so, Hoonery, so as these bolts lethally come in, drenched in a twilight-like energy, Hoonery sees this and quickly makes a blue shield appear in front of them that completely negates the attack.
I will take.
Close, that was close. We seriously need to get one guy down now.
Oh, don't worry. I'm just
And I will
playing
move
right
10
now.
more feet because I have that rest movement.
Alright. And that'll be the end of your turn,
Please.
Sortu?
And
What
that-
else?
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, wait, what else are you going to say, Hoonery, as your turn starts?
Nothing, actually. No, actually, nothing.
Don't
You know what?
worry.
Alright. Go on. That's right. Yeah, that's right. We got this. We got the range. We got allies to help cover us. First thing I would like to do. Can I get Karsoka? Can I move Karsoka at the beginning of my turn?
He takes his turn I believe it says initiative order. It doesn't say initiative order at the same time. It doesn't say initiative order immediately after.
Alright, let me take a look.
Because that would actually determine. Because I know for familiars, it's immediately after.
Let's see. Bonded companion. Your companion shares in discount. You and both act on the same turn.
Okay, so yes, you can move Korsoka first.
Alright, alright, so 30 feet. Step 1, we're gonna get in range of... Does this provoke opportunity attack if I move?
The ghost already used its reaction. But yes,
Cool.
it does.
10, 15, 20, 25. I would like to move Bersoka over here.
Okay.
I will more or less actually get him nice up and close.
Remember, are you trying to use the help action? You have to be within 5 feet of the target. You have to have Berserker within 5 feet of the target, not 5 feet of you.
I know. What I'm gonna do, and I would like to, hang on, let me get the spell. I would like to use my, my Cure Wounds. I would like to use advantage on that, if possible. I would like to use a help action, if possible.
Help action just gives you advantage on attack rolls.
Ah, well, screw. That was also a terrible roll.
However, if you wanted to use your, what was it? Your, DM inspiration, you can reroll the 1 in that. Or you can reroll it entirely. Point out.
I hope I don't come to regret this. Part of me says don't. And actually save it.
Okay.
But, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna roll again, I guess. Since he can't use the help. Is there anything else that just, I want to double check things. Nope, nope, nope. Okay.
Yeah, this is the fun plan I had for session 1, was make you guys do a PvP fight against each other as your first battle in this campaign.
What the hell? I rolled the exact same thing by using DM inspiration.
Welcome. Welcome to my.
So you call upon the divines, and they say no, and they have you roll the same thing again.
They punch you. They just say no. They punch you.
It's
They
like,
said, "You'll take this amount of healing, and you'll like it."
this is why it was a bad idea to call upon the divine.
Arceus has no power in my world.
No, I remember that happening to Luke. I forgot when it happened, but it just literally was like, can I do this? Not me.
No, it was different from that.
Yeah, well, I'm just shocked. Wow, thank you for getting the low rolls out of my way and wasting my action. Wait, oh, no, wait, hang on, wait. No, yeah, I want to
Keep in mind, by the way, if you wanted to use your bonus action to command Karsoka to do something else, you can command him to do a dash to double his movement. That is a thing you have available.
Okay,
But that means he would not be taking the dodge action.
actually, you know what? No, he has to get over here, and then, well, there goes my healing. That's his movement.
Alternatively, you could have him run back up to the Inkling and use help action as a bonus action to give other people advantage on the Inkling.
Yeah, you know what? I want to have him move back over here, actually. Because fun fact, let me show you something.
This Zokurai says this is why I never rely on the gods. Meanwhile, they have a DM inspiration of their own too. So they have one godly act.
Not Harry doesn't do this. Karsoka uses this.
Yes.
As this. I have a 10-foot radius to help.
The Soul Bonder allows Karsoka to grab feats because they also get ability score increases as part of the Soul Bonder class. Fair, you don't have to ever use that inspiration zone grab, but you do have it in your back pocket in case you need it. Oh yeah. Sorry, I had to do the thing. That's perfectly fine, Lee.
Alright, because this is definitely within 10 feet, that's for sure.
Yes.
I would like to have Priscilla actually use the help action to get advantage, as Brishnox is gonna go attack the Inkling.
That's not within 10 feet.
Okay, there we go. Hang on. Set to center.
It has to be
ruler.
within 2 squares.
Yep. Well, if we're centering on him, because it's from him, technically, because this is 5 feet. 10 feet would be if he was up there. Wait, really? Wait a second, what?
Draw a line from him to the ghost.
No. I see help action within the Inkling range.
Wait, doesn't it say it gains an additional 10 feet?
Yes, it help action, increase the range of help action by 10 feet.
Okay, so it's a 15-foot range for it instead of a 5-foot range. So yes, you're within range.
Yeah, alright then. Then Brishnox is gonna go attack.
Okay, what attack are you using for Brishnox? Also, by the way, he can help 2 people, so who is he helping besides Brishnox?
You know what? He's gonna go help, advantage on a roll, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're gonna be helping, Cadmus.
Okay.
Or Dracul in this case. Krishnox only has 1 attack, and be Slam, and he has advantage on it, which is a 16 to hit.
Roll. Oh, so okay, so it's a 16 to hit, and let's check my Inkling. Let's check the Inkling's actual thing. It has an AC of 13, so that hits.
Alright,
Roll
how do
damage.
I roll damage? Alright, how do I roll damage from this? I click. Oh, wait, no, I click again.
Click slam.
There we go. There we go. 8
8?
bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
That's max.
Alright. You hit the creature, but it kind of molds around the fist as it's kind of an amorphous body, and it seems relatively okay.
That's not good. That's not good.
And it kind of just shakes
please?
it kind of just shakes its finger at you like, no.
Can I use Brishnock's remaining movement to move back into the Cadmus's AC radius?
If you do that, it will provoke a wait, no, sorry, he doesn't have his reaction yet. So yeah, you can do that. It will not provoke an opportunity attack. It will not.
Let's see. 30 feet. He already moved 10, 20, and is that in range? Maybe 20 plus. No. That's in range of his thing, yes. That should be in range. I'm moving him in range.
Okay. If it's within the yellow aura cube you can see, then yes.
I cannot see it, by the way.
Oh, because you don't have the extension, that's why.
I do have the extension on.
Oh, weird. Can anyone else see the yellow aura cube?
No.
Oh, it's because it's Dracul can only see it.
Oh, that's why. Interesting. So, player permissions. C. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Now you should be able to see.
Okay.
I forgot to select for player permission C. Okay, so yes.
Okay. There we go. That's good.
All right. It will be Harold's turn. So he looks over at this and he's like, "They're not." He says something like, "Huh, they're not moving much. Means they're scared." And he starts moving over.
Jaden is going to face palm very hard.
Close as you wish.
Wait, don't do hard because you can damage yourself.
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage from the face palm.
No.
Not really.
Play dice, bludgeoning damage.
No, I'm just imagining that meme of where a dude facepalms so hard he facepalms through his own head.
If we really want to roll damage, have him roll a d20. On a 1, he takes damage.
No, we're not doing this. It's a joke.
Jaden is just staring. He has to deal with the fact that these two ogres are so blatantly stupid that at this point they're a joke.
Yep. That's they're joke NPCs. Anyway, so he aims his crossbow and goes, "That's a funny looking statue," and aims it towards the statue. And he will fire for a 15.
Let me double check. That passes. That hits.
All right. That hits even with the +1. Yeah.
No, that it meets it. It meets it with the +1. I forgot about that.
Meets it, beats it.
Yeah.
Meets it, beats it. So roll damage. That is a 10.
Does he see that? No, he doesn't have any resistances. Notice.
So he'll take 10 piercing damage.
Yeah,
As this bolt comes over and crashes into his statue body.
Well,
and you see
think
some-
that he has resistances. Yeah, it's gonna throw, but that's too broken.
Yeah, and you see some sparks of yellow and silver energy come out the back of him as this bolt went through him but didn't cause that much permanent damage. What shall we do? I'm going to continue saying the whole bloodied, very bloodied thing, by the way. Anyway, so that will be the end of Harold's turn. He goes, "Heh, we're shooting good tonight." And now Jaden's turn.
I have yet to even take my own shots. I'm healing my.
They more mean the fact that Harold and Gerald have not missed a single shot yet. I do not believe.
They have not missed. Wait a
Jaden
second.
will
Oh, shit. I didn't do it. I forgot.
take a step closer, and let's see.
So you step up next to Ghost.
Yes.
This is the closest you've ever been to this being before.
I am going to cast Mage Armor on myself because I can because of Shadow Armor,
Okay.
and that's. I don't believe I have a bonus action for anything. Let me look at something. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself, and then I'm gonna end my turn. Can't really do much right now because I just lost concentration on very good spells.
All right. Do you say anything to anyone, or does that just end your turn?
Jaden just gives a look to Lethal, and then just looks back.
Okay. And
We'll give him a thumbs up.
Dracul, you're up. What shall you do? Remember, you are raging, so you cannot cast spells.
Just about cute.
Also, you have advantage on the ghost thanks to Korsoka, the ghost
Keep
thing.
on forgetting the cube, bro. I keep on forgetting the cube is attached to me.
Yes, the cube is attached to you.
Oh, question. Is it? Oh no, that is like. Is it possible that to say that on our turns we are able to move with Cadmus if he moves? If he moves, or is
No.
that like running in action?
No. If it's outside of combat, maybe, but in combat, no.
Okay.
I see what you're trying to do, but no. You have more movement than I remember.
That's why I used that.
Oh, right, Barbarian. You have 40 feet. I forgot about that.
Unarmored. Every class that has unarmored movement just gets so much movement.
I'm using my breath weapon.
Oh, okay then. Use your breath weapon. Also, Zokurai, don't forget you have a breath weapon as well. Okay,
Dexterity
so
saving throw.
you targeted Ghost, correct?
Oh, but should that also? Wouldn't that also target me?
Well, let's
Yep.
check. It's a
Actually, no,
5-foot
it-
line.
It can hit both.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
checking.
Technically, if you
Yes,
go
yes, it
line-
hits both. Because here's the full range of it.
Yeah, hit both. Okay, so I have to make a dexterity save.
Both, both you and Ghost have to make a dexterity save, or else take 10 damage. If you make it, you take 5.
Fuck.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
And I roll
Ghost-
concentrate. Oh no, I don't roll concentration because it's not an attack.
Yes, you do. You will concentration whenever you get damaged. Both of you
Oh,
fail.
okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good.
You're only concentrating on one spell currently?
Yeah,
Okay,
only one.
Question. Can I use silvery barbs on that?
On
You are
his,
not within range.
are you within 60 feet?
Oh fuck, he is.
Yes, you can do it on the successful concentration check. Also, what are you concentrating on? Mage armor is not concentration.
Mage armor is.
No, it's not. I'm pretty sure.
No, I think you changed.
I did not change it.
Let me double check.
I'm going to double check the spell mage armor.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh.
Nope,
Wait,
it's
does
not
that
concentration. So you have no concentration check to make.
Wait, does that mean I actually? Okay, wait. Now I'm actually confused. Wait, that means I actually got my last other rolls wrong.
I mean,
My other 3.
yeah, but that was also your bad and no one caught it and it's already too late. I do get what you mean, though. But
Like,
the battle's
really-
already progressed way too much since then.
It's fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, if we had caught it earlier, then yeah, but no, mage armor is not concentration. We need to remember this. A lot of people here have mage armor, but not a lot of people here are using concentration checks. I mean, Ghost has mage armor, for
Yeah.
example.
Okay.
So, okay, both of you took
Uh,
10 damage, and Jaden is bloodied.
Yes. But still standing and
Yeah.
smiling.
Actually, I have a... Wait, can I do this? How far is the distance of the javelins?
You already used your action.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't the breath weapon an action?
It is an action.
It's an action. I just want to make sure.
Okay, the javelin should be in the actual stat block for your javelin as to what its range is. In your attacks, I should say. Anywho, so that would be the end of Cadmus's turn. Everyone, roll me a d20.
Is. Ah! No!
Oh, 1.
Uh-oh.
The dice hate me.
Oops, I rolled a 12.
I
Hey,
rolled a
look, he rolled a
13.
1 of D20. He rolled a 1 of D20.
Okay. So, Jaden, from the crowd,
Someone just fucking yeets a fucking anvil at me.
no, worse. Someone fires magic missile at you.
Adding it to your insults.
And it's like, screw the noble.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I believe it was someone rooting for Henry. It's like, he's almost dead. Let me finish him off. It just fires magic missile at you.
It's like, well said.
So I take a d4 of damage, d4 plus 1.
No, because remember, it's 3 shots.
Oh!
They're firing all 3 missiles because it's a first level casting, a magic missile, and that's 3 darts.
Oh god, okay.
1d4 plus 1. Let's see how much damage it is. Oh, wait, sorry, I had to roll that.
Wait, 1D1.
1d plus 1. 1d1.
I have one.
Oh god! So you just took 15 damage from the crowd. How do you react? What do you use shield?
Jaden, I don't have shield, not yet.
Okay, you're very bloodied as someone in the crowd just happened, and as you see that, luminescents start rushing into the crowd to try and escort them out for illegally interfering with the battle.
Jaden will literally give that guy a fucking death stare.
Yes, this stuff happens. Okay, so Zokai, it's now your turn. What are you going to do?
Alright, he's gonna fucking kill me.
For everyone at home, by the way, bloodied means they're below half HP. Very bloodied means they're below 1/3 HP.
I don't know, I'm just gonna say what my HP's at. It's fucking 2.
Oh, God.
You know, that person in the crowd knocked him from 17 to 2.
Yeah.
Knocked him from 17 to 2. Jesus Christ.
Magic muscles are terrifying spell.
How much damage does my breath weapon do?
10.
It did 10 damage. It does a D10.
Fads. Jaden will literally will say something to you in Draconic, which I'm guessing the people who know Draconic, yeah, he's cussing at him.
Just
Hang on. I wonder what the actual word is. Never mind. There is no draconic cussing word yet.
No, there isn't.
no.
He does.
So
It's just a spying term.
you're just swearing. You're doing common swears, but in Draconic, I'd assume.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
So-
common space, but it's just in Draconic.
I think the only persons here who could actually understand what you're saying would be Dracul, and Hoonery and Zokarai. And that's it.
Everyone on our side can understand it. And
Are we
we're probably
forgetting-
laughing.
Are we forgetting about the kobold?
Does the Kobold know Draconic?
Oh, don't worry, the kobold will be targeted in their time.
No, I'm talking about that. He knows Draconic.
Okay, so basically everyone on the battlefield except for Ghost and
The ogres.
and Lee in the crowd, everyone in the battlefield besides Ghost understands this, and most of the crowd doesn't, and Lee doesn't either. But everyone can hear you just freaking cussing up a storm at this person in Draconic. And everyone in the crowd just hears basically angry growling and roars that sound primal and powerful. That's
Yes.
just- That's
Yes.
That's what Draconic sounds like to someone who doesn't understand it.
Yes. But yeah, Zook fires. That's
All right.
yes.
Fire at flame with a sharpshoot concussion cannon. Go ahead and fire. That is a 9. Flame.
Darn it, I wish I'd used advantage on. Darn it. If I know you use breath weapon, I would have used help on you. Oh well.
He also didn't even target the Inkling, so it didn't matter. And this guy's also not targeting the Inkling either.
Yeah, and also that's a miss. If it's
Yeah, make your second attack, Sokorai. Yes, the black ink monster thing. This thing. This thing is known as an Inkling. Why won't it let me ping? Oh, it's because I'm not on pointer mode. That's why. This thing. This thing is called an Inkling. Which is, it's literally made of ink.
No, in my opinion, you should probably go for Ghost, because if Ghost goes down, I think this really might go. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
I like how I originally planned to go for Ghost, and I just ended up just critting Flame. Not critting Flame, but hitting Flame bad.
No, you didn't hit me bad.
You
I-
pretty
I
much
quite
did.
a-
Sorry, go ahead.
You did a lot of damage, but you didn't. It's not enough to where it's like last 30.
No, it was the
Damn
dude in the
fucking
crowd.
fast.
The dude in the crowd did more damage than Dracul did.
Yeah, that's the term.
So I'm going to go ahead and say, if you roll a nat 20, something good happens. If you roll a nat 1, something bad happens. That's the rule for the arena
Yeah.
fights. And it's to you specifically.
In the fact that the arena, people can mess with you.
It's all up to you what you want to do. See?
One more cannon of flame.
Ah.
He shot and
No.
he missed. He shot at the guys, but he missed.
Why did you even bother to use sharpshooter? He has 2 HP left. You don't need the plus 10.
No, you don't need it. You just use shoots. You don't need to use sharpshooter.
It's fine.
2 HP.
Even if you didn't do that, though, it would have only been a 9, which still wouldn't have hit, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, anything you want to do with your bonus action on your turn, Zokai? Also, yes, Zokai has a range of 300 feet, which is amazing.
He shot and he missed. He shot again and missed.
Yep.
He's like, this time just shoot normally.
Yeah, he was trying to do like a super fancy precision shot, and Hunry's just like, fire normally!
Fucking fire north. Jaden is like bloodied, is nearly dying, he's on his knee, he's like sitting there, and he just sees this guy missing shots at him.
Oh.
Because he's trying to. Ooh.
Make a perception check, Flame.
Perception?
Yeah, perception check, yeah. Jane.
Oh, sorry, forgot to remove the inspiration, I'll reroll that.
17. It's 17.
It's a 17, okay. You notice the fact that these shots coming towards you, while they are made of force, they also are brass dragon heads. As in, they're shaped like brass dragon heads as they fly past you. So you aren't the only one with that trick. It was literally a perception.
Jaden is now interested in that.
Yep. And that's when you also begin to notice that Zokurai has, like, scales covering his arms.
Would I know what that
Yes,
Oh,
you
no.
would know what that means. You would know. You would recognize it that he is a brass hat dragon because they are brass scales.
Jaden will say out loud, "Oh God, there's 3 of them."
A dragonborn, a brass dragon, and a warlock walk into a bar.
Oh God.
What happened?
Which Jaden says this name out loud as because I'm guessing that his patrons say that to him.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
He'll say that out loud. Shut the fuck up, Sylvester.
I didn't hear what you said, Jurek. What did you say?
No, because I just feel like Sophie is going to have fun explaining that to the newspaper.
Yes. Also, it's going to be fun figuring out what he just meant by Silvestro. So it's Ghost's turn now.
Because no one else hears the voice, only him.
Right, so he just randomly yells out, "Shut up, Silvestro!" Ghost, completely unfazed by this creature that burned part of his skin off, looks down and just sees that his arm has a small scuff in it and some of the skin is missing, but he's not bleeding at all. And there's just blackness underneath the skin. And he slowly starts walking up to Cadmus, walks up to Dracul, looks up and points his finger and says, "Stop," and casts Inflict Wounds on you.
No, I refuse.
I refuse.
Oh, actually, wait, yeah, will he cast that? Hold on. Let me go check something.
Well, you know, his AC currently is 18 right now.
No, yeah, he will do this. Okay, and he's going to upcast it. Second level.
Oh, better fucking hit.
Okay, so Ghost, and I will mark down that he's used one of those slots. What? I'm curious why you're looking at alarm.
Yeah, alarm is more for
Magic Missile is a very good spell. It's a very powerful first level spell.
All right,
They have
and
shield.
Yeah.
he gets a 16 to hit.
miss.
It misses.
He has a DT right now.
Okay. So as you see black lightning come over you, but it harmlessly.
Literally, he just hears the word die and he just goes, no, you.
Well, you see the black lightning go through your body, but it can't penetrate your draconic scales. As you say that.
Thanks for the nice massage.
Then Ghost will simply nod and will, hold on. One moment. Does he have that one thing? Yes, give me a second. I need to look on Wikidoc because this was not written down. Oh. Apologies for not pulling this up before. I forgot. I did not think the situation would actually come up where I need to do this bonus action thing.
Okay.
What?
I see something now. Got it. Okay.
What did you figure out? I'm curious.
Just something about Rishnux.
Ah, okay. What the heck is... Ah, here we go. Load faster. Ah, never mind. So I cannot do this. Yeah, okay. So he will go ahead and end his turn. He will not move away. He will simply stand here in front of your character and just end his turn.
I can't. My Dracula's just currently smirking at him,
Okay.
Everything is a dodge action at first.
like smirking with like just teasingly.
Meanwhile,
Gerald,
in
Hey,
half
Gerald.
Overland, Gerald looks over at this and goes, "Huh, that one seems tough," and starts moving his way towards Dracul.
Yes.
Jaden face palming and then also
Oh.
saying ow.
Dracula's just like, yes, come closer so I can hit you in the face.
I forgot to mention that I'm moving the Inkling down here. His familiar took his turn after his thing. So he is also right next to you, but he does not do anything. Okay, so Gerald is going to fire at you with a heavy crossbow, and because of the flanking rule, he has advantage.
On Gerald.
They're flanking! Let's see if I can get a clean shot again. And he fires. He gets a 20 to hit.
Hit! Oh wait, no, it hit.
Yes, because of advantage, because of flanking. So it hit the same spot that the inflict wounds hit, and this time it found purchase. But he only gets 5 piercing damage. And it's reduced by half from... Huh?
Rage makes you resistant to piercing, doesn't it?
Yes, and I was about to say it gets reduced by half thanks to rage. So I believe it's only 3, because I believe it rounds up.
3.
Yep. So you take 3 piercing damage. All right, and that will be the end of their turn.
Okay, my turn.
Sortu, you're up.
Oh shoot! I could have done. I should have done silver barbs.
Oh, do you want to do silvery barbs? We'll give you another chance to do it.
Draco, how much did you? No. Draco, how much HP do you have? How?
36.
On the scales? Okay, you're fine. Never mind. I'm not gonna use silver barbs on that. Plus, you're in rage. I'll
Yeah,
use it for something more important.
he's probably fine.
So I'm going to move behind the old here.
Didn't
Okay.
you already use your reaction? Oh no, new turn. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Will use my bonus action to wait. I can use book spells for normal spell slots, right?
What do you mean by books? Oh, yes, you can.
I will use for my bonus action. I will use healing word at level 2 on Jaden.
Yes.
So it would be 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Which is 3.
So 2d4 plus 3.
It won't work. And it's like, what if I use it on this? Nah, it won't work.
8.
10.
Besides, is
Still up, kind of.
you can only use silvery barbs on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. This is none of those things.
Now I think we want up, and we'll use for my action.
Oh wow, they knew how to flank. You wouldn't think that from some brutes. That's what Lee evidently said in the crowd.
Yeah, it's like, wait, Lee said something? Oh shoot, I missed it. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
And for my main action, I will cast Fairy Fire.
Oh god, okay. Where are you centering this fairy fire at, I wonder?
Yeah, I wonder where.
Are you within
I
60
wonder
feet of
where.
that?
I wonder where.
Yes. Okay. So. Yeah, okay. So you cast Fairy Fire. Everyone within that, it's a 20-foot cube. Not 10-foot cube.
No, that's 20. Look.
Did you upscale it? No, objects with 20 foot.
This is a
Okay.
20-foot cube.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. That's us.
That's
Legit,
way
okay.
bigger.
Now everyone's just doing
Everyone
cubes.
Except Dracul.
Yep. Everyone except Dracul. So, okay. Everyone within there must make a dex save immediately against his spell saving DC. What's your spell saving DC, Jarek?
14 currently.
The dex saving throw, you say?
Yes, everyone within there must make a dex saving throw.
Fuck.
You failed. Roll 1 for the Snox.
I know. I'm rolling one for. I'm gonna be doing.
Zokurai, Zokurai, you must roll 1 as well. Okay, Zokurai passed.
Reaction of Zokurai, I'm gonna use...
Silvery barbs? Okay.
Yes.
He rolled a 7. Damn it! I really need to make a
And I'm gonna... And I'm going to give myself advantage.
So you make Zokurai re-roll the thing, which that still passes.
It's fine, I gave myself advantage.
Indeed. So, okay, so this entire 20-foot cube gets lit up. What color do you want it to be, Jarek?
Let's go with, let's see.
You can pick any color. I don't care. What color do you want it to be? Green? Did you say green?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bright green.
So everything in that 20-foot cube, every single object and the entire arena in that 20-foot cube gets lit up in this green light. And Zokurai manages to not get covered in this. However, Hootery, Brishnox, and Kurzoka are all covered. Everyone will have advantage on them until the spell ends.
And my last 5 feet of movement to hide behind the yoga.
He goes, I'm tougher than you. Stay behind me.
And that's
You're also dumber.
It would count as
Like,
3/4 cover. You can still shoot at you can still shoot at him, but it would count as 3/4 cover because it's a size bigger.
You would need to, like, have
With, I'm stronger than you. You're also dumber.
Anywho, so yes,
Can somebody could Mr. DM created a 20 feet circle?
20-foot cone.
Cube.
How would I let me make a 20-foot square with the draw tool. One moment.
I'll do it. There you go.
Thank you.
Does it mean that? Question. What happens if I move out?
If you move out, you're still lit up.
Okay,
Yeah.
then. So I need to get myself on the statuses.
By the way, it lasts for a full minute, so that's 10 rounds. That they get advantage on you.
Noted.
Also, just to remind you, Fairy Fire is a pulse. It's not an area of effect.
Right, it's not an active area of effect, it's a pulse. So anyone who enters that area won't get lit up. It's just initial, pulse, which is the reason why there's a dex save involved.
Yeah.
It's
I can't believe I failed that.
Yep, it was like an explosion of green, faith-touched energy that just... It didn't do any damage, but... Not also, by the way, you cannot benefit from invisibility for whatever that's worth. And you cannot... And you'd have disadvantage on hiding, I believe, or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Wow.
Yeah, Fairy Fire is a really good first-level spell.
It's one of the few very good first level spells. The good first level spells to always grab are.
I just like how I'm sorry, I just like how it's just basically an explosion behind your cool.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Sorry. Sortu! Not Sortu. Hoonery, you're up.
Cool. Alright, first things first. They're flanking, I'm gonna flank. I'm gonna use 25 of my move over here. Krasoka is also gonna move over here. And then, I'm just gonna start attacking finally. Hang on, I need to double check my attack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not just magic missile. Imagine the crowd just casting fairy fire randomly.
I don't think Jaden needs fairy fire on them as well.
Jane is just done with life right now.
At least you got healed. Let's remember that. Anyway, what are you doing, Hoonery?
I can probably take care of actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. Krasoka's gonna go over and gonna attack, the ogre. No. Does Jaden have cover through this right now? I was gonna cast, Guiding Bolts.
Yes, Jaden has half cover right now.
Alright, I would like to move here instead.
And
Does he still have cover?
Yes, but if you move here, he will not.
Noted. You know what? I'm taking that risk.
Basically, you have to draw a line. If you draw a line and you pass through someone else's space, then guess what? They have half cover.
He barely has cover, is the thing.
I know, but the lowest is half cover.
Yep. So 25. I wanna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Please, Merc.
One moment, dude.
Please, oh dice gods, help me.
Don't look at wild with a great weapon master.
Yeah, remember how powerful Sharpshooter is? He has that for melee weapons.
Yeah, I know that.
I know, but I'm
Alright.
telling everyone. I am chat now. Welcome, digital build Detra.
Damn it! I didn't move. Darn it! I should have had help over here. Actually, no. He moves too late. Damn it. Never mind.
Do you still have your DM inspiration?
No, technically I used it when I did the reroll for Cure Wounds.
Right.
And that completely failed, so...
Okay, so yeah, that was just straight up a miss, I'm pretty sure. What's Jaden's AC? Yes, that's a miss.
16.
Yep.
16.
Waste spell slot.
I saw it as an 8, I'm like, damn it.
Yeah. Funny thing is, Zokurai had spell slots. He hasn't used any of them yet. He's just been shooting his thunder cannon.
Oh, dang.
Question.
I've only used one so far.
Yeah, but you're a barbarian. Also, you don't have spell slots. You haven't used any. You've only used one spell, is what you mean.
Yes.
What's your question, Blue?
So, does this count as the attack option? Because I want to, if possible, I would like to
No.
maybe use... No? Okay, no. Alright, fine, that's fine.
It's casting a spell,
some-
not an attack. Sorry, not the attack action. However, can't you bonus action Karsoka or something?
I'm about to do that. See, here's the thing. I already rolled for the attack option, so I don't think if I had Karsoka be next to Hunari, I would not gain any benefit from the help action, because I already rolled.
Yes.
Alright then. So Karsoka's gonna go attack. With,
However, let me check. Actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do your thing.
Four. And I'm just looking at the moment.
Oh, right. So, yeah, Zokurai used Arcane Weapon to boost the power of his own cannons, which is part of the reason why they're hitting so hard.
I would like to use 2 claw attacks.
Are you allowed to use 2 with the bonus action?
Let me read the description. This natural weapon deals 1d4 damage if your companion takes the attack action and makes at least one attack with the claws. It can use a bonus action to make another claw attack.
Right, it's basically dual-wielded claws, except they don't get to add their proficiency to the second one.
So, let me see. Yeah, that's still gonna be more damage either way.
Yep, which is why I listed both claw attacks as separate for Karsoka, if I remember correctly. Or did you not do this?
I did not do that. I did not do the one without proficiency, which I will change it a bit.
Well, go ahead and roll the first one as you do the second one.
I want to make that cold damage, by the way.
Okay.
That's a 12 to hit.
Indeed. And that does not beat the AC. It gets caught in the chain shirt of the Gerald. Because you notice everyone knows that these half-ogres are wearing chainmail now instead of furs and leathers.
And then I'm going to roll my second one, and when you say with no proficiency, I just don't add any +3 to the attack roll and damage?
Yeah, pretty much.
Question, do I have to roll again, or can I count that 19?
No, you have to roll again.
Okay. Alright, okay, that's fine. Fuck.
That still doesn't hit. So you dig so Karsoka digs both of his claws in there, and the half-ogre goes, "Huh, I've gotten a lot better armor since last time."
Yes, but not by much.
Alright, cool.
I heard that.
Good.
Cool. I would like to move Brishnox over here.
Okay.
And I would like him to use Slam. This is not a slinky.
May I give a small critique?
Go on.
Yeah, probably should have done that first. Also, no, this does not count as flanking because you have to be on the other side of the ogre. So you'd have to be like over here, but you're not.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say like because familiars go afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's why I did it like this.
Fair.
Alright, so no, he's just gonna do one slam attack. Got it. Wow, nice.
Okay, well, that's also a miss. As you do a slam attack, it just bounces off the shirt.
Hey, the Vex is not like me.
Keep in mind, though, durability is a thing, so you are wearing down their armor.
Noted. Oh, can also use the, no, he used the entirety of, wait, did he use the entirety of his movement? He was standing, like, here. Yes, he used everything of his movement, so he doesn't have any more movement.
Alright,
He tried
Harold's
to
turn.
cast from here, but then, I missed. That's fine.
Harold's turn, and he sees that Sorte went behind and said, "Stay behind me, you're stronger," and sees that he lit up an area. He's like, "Oh, good, target practice," and he aims his bow towards the owl that's now lit up like a Christmas tree.
And he has advantage.
Exactly. He's thankful for having advantage. Because, huh, you're useful for something.
Can I silver bar?
He got a crit.
Oh my god!
Yes, you can silvery barbs. He just got a crit. You probably want to.
I'm doing that.
You're gone. Wow, that he didn't even need the advantage for that either.
No, he didn't.
If only I had counter spell.
That's a 3rd level spell, I believe.
Yeah, and I can cast third level spells.
Okay, so I'm gonna re-roll it now. Who are you giving the advantage to, by the way?
Who am I giving advantage to? I'm gonna give advantage to,
21
Can I give advantage to myself?
You can, however, nah, I'm not gonna make a suggestion. Okay, you can give it to yourself if you want to.
I was gonna say, like, do the creature I can see within range, and, yeah.
60 feet is the range, so it would be a friendly creature within 60 feet.
Make what's 1 minute. Because it's like, I could give it to Cadmus.
Or you could give it to Zokarai. And he's rolling hot right now with Sharpshooter. Anyway, so the heavy cross, so this shot was coming directly for your face to crit you. And you go, oh no, these silvery barbs, and you pull all the momentum out, it just falls to the floor in front of you.
It's like, oi! No, thank
Alright.
you.
He goes, ah, stupid mages, and he ends his turn.
Not bad.
Jaden is now smiling because this owl is close enough for a beating.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Actually,
You forgot he's a melee warlock.
Yes. Let's see what to do here. I am going to use my Thunderous Smite.
Okay.
Bonus action Thunderous Smite.
Bonus action, Thunderous Smite, then melee attack. Okay. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
And
I
advantage.
didn't say I was in the. Oh, darn.
And I have advantage.
I was gonna say, and I also was like, oh,
22.
shit. Anyways, I was gonna say, like, and I didn't say I was in the air.
Nope, you did not. You didn't specify that you were ever in the air, so no. Also, what were you going to say, Jurek?
I was just
He's
saying, that's advantage.
Yep.
I
Okay,
have
so-
advantage because of my silvery barbs.
That,
Double advantage.
yeah, because fairy. Also, yes, that is a hit.
Yeah. Let's see, how much damage do you take? You take 16 points of damage.
Doesn't Thunderous Smite... Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, there's also effective Thunderous Smite. Make a strength saving throw. DC 16.
Hang on, Z, what is it?
Do you have silvery barbs? Oh, wait, I think Z has silvery barbs.
Everyone gets silvery barbs. You do.
I said...
You're in range.
I made a joke about this to Z that I suggested silvery barbs to almost anyone, and almost everyone took it. Is
Would I
Z within
still
range?
Advantage? Or
Yeah,
not?
Still, because you have double advantage.
You automatically get advantage thanks to Fairy Fire. Also, yes, you're within range.
Okay.
Okay, so
Roll.
you have to re-roll it.
23. That's it.
Hold on. Can multiple people take silvery barbs on one thing?
On one round.
Because Ghost has silvery barbs.
Everybody.
Wait, no, sorry, Ghost is on Jaden's side. Never mind, so he wouldn't do that in this case. Never mind.
Oh god! Oh god! No!
Okay, so yeah, you hit. You'll
And you also take the 16 points of damage, and you have to roll your strength saving throw.
Okay,
No, you have to roll
Mark,
damage
16
again.
points of damage.
You have to roll damage.
So he already did.
Damage?
He
Oh.
already rolled, or
Oh
did
yeah,
he
he already
again?
rolled earlier. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, minus 16. Ow. And
And
then a
make
strength saving
a.
throw.
Hunari is bloodied, by the way. The owl is bloodied, and you.
What the fuck?
That's a fact.
You're pushed 10 feet away and are knocked prone as Jaden yells out in Draconic, "Fuck off!"
You get pushed 10 feet backwards, and you're knocked prone. Knocked prone means you have to use half your movement to stand up.
Alright, where is the Nox front? There it is. Hey, Hilary shouts back. The fuck? You didn't even fucking curse at me. And
Also,
you did that
every-
at Draconic as well.
Also, if you're knocked prone, people get advantage to hit you, but you're already lit on fire, so that doesn't matter. Thanks to Very Far. Alright, so, Dracul, you were just given advantage by Zokarai. How are you gonna use it?
Oh, I have a weapon. Oh, I have a weapon. You're gonna attack Ghost.
Okay, you're going.
Okay.
Wait, Ghost or the Inkling?
Ghost. With my straight sword.
Okay, so you're gonna attack Ghost. Got it. Roll your attack.
Oh, wow. Just before I leave. Nice.
Silvery barbs. Rolled again.
Oh.
And
Okay,
Ghost
I'm gonna
gives
turn
himself
it down.
advantage. No, well, if you want to use your entire, you have to use an action to help him up. Anyway,
Well,
Yeah. no, Dracul, Ghost used silvery
You have to
barbs.
reroll. You have to reroll.
Okay. Alright.
So yeah. So you try to swing in, and he goes, pathetic. And you just see your axe unerringly
Number
jolt
two.
to the side and hit beside him.
Wait, sword number 2.
That hits.
That's a 7 damage.
Okay. So the seven damage impacts into him, and he is bloodied, but he's not bleeding. You do a deep gash into his shoulder, but he seems almost unfazed by it, and no blood is coming out, just a thick black ink.
Expect a nice challenge from a fellow combatant of this arena.
All right.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Yes, he lost 10 health earlier. Remember, Zokarai? He is at exactly half HP currently. Anywho, welcome back. So, okay, so now it is, now everyone roll me a d20.
Dice, be on my side, please.
1!
7. Okay, at least it's not anything bad.
Okay, Dracul, roll me a d8.
Now you get the taste of magic missiles, you ass.
5.
Okay, no, it's not magic missile. Let me pull up real quick. What spell did they just... Sorry, not spell. What did they just do to you? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I'm grabbing the thing. Okay. They just cast Entangle. So grasping weeds and so someone casts Entangle. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range, which is underneath his feet. For the duration, these plants turn the ground into difficult terrain. A creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. A creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check or against spell save DC, which is 10 in this case. Success is free. So, yeah, everyone within, what was it, like 10 feet? 20 feet of Cadmus, including Cadmus himself, has to make a strength save of DC 10.
That's like...
That actually is easily done.
Another strength. Wait, hang on. I'm not prone. Do I still have to make the strength saving throw? Not me.
Wait, would I also have to make the strength save?
Yeah, everyone has to there.
Okay.
And yes, you also have to make a strength save, Hunari.
And like I'm not prone. What kind of... It's like, I don't want to down myself even more, but like, what kind of effect do I have? Or just make a throw?
It's a saving throw.
The thing is, even if I had that silver box, I would have still had a 7. So I'm sad.
18, nice, I'm happy.
Okay, Ghost rolled 17.
Oh, should I make a strength saving now?
Yes. You should.
Well, I'm restrained.
Brishnox, make a strength saving throw.
Yep, he's
Ahsoka,
doing that. Yep, he's doing that. Rich Knox rolled a 16.
Oh, 16.
Gerald has to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, Joel.
He rolled a 12. He is okay.
Kasoka failed. He rolled a 5.
I rolled a 7.
I got a rock.
Attack me, didn't attack me.
And the Inkling is fine. So, who got restrained? It's just Hunari and who else?
Me.
Okay, so it was aimed at Cadmus, but it just restrained Hunari and Shaden, and now that entire area is difficult terrain, which means it takes double movement to move through spaces. So,
What about the ghost?
I rolled for the ghost. He passed it.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Yep. So all of a sudden, as the round ends and Zokai begins to take his turn, just roots begin growing out of the ground of the arena and just start trying to entangle everybody. But most people manage to survive it. Okay, so Hunari, Jaden, on your turn, you can use an action to make a strength check. Sorry, strength saving throw. It's a strength check, I should say, to try and free yourself. Again, DC 10.
Yeah, that's Kasoka and Jaden. Got it.
Wait, isn't it also Hunari?
No, Hunari passed. Hunari got a 18.
Okay, so yeah, Karsoka and Jade. Okay, so Zokarai, you just saw this happen, and Lee, I'm going to say that this happened near you in the stands, and whoever that person is now being escorted out by the luminescence.
I just pointed this out. It was meant to hit me and it accidentally hit Jaden.
They did aim it at you. It just hit everyone in a 20-foot cube, and it hit both Jaden and Karsoka.
Because sometimes bad things can also be good things.
Also, let me read what the restraint condition does, because I am curious.
Also, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. It's Jaden and Karsoka. So a restrained creature has its speed become 0 and it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage, and the creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. That's what the condition. That's what the restrained condition does.
I see. So you need to be throwing that, rolling that. Got it.
All right.
I need to look at it.
Zokurai, you're up. Who are you firing at? What you doing? Were you given advantage by anyone? I forgot. I do not believe so.
Yes. Yes.
Ah.
Hoonery.
Oh, right. So you have
No,
Hooner.
no, I gave it to myself actually.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry.
So Zokurai does not have advantage. However, if Zokurai wants to fire at Jaden, he would, I believe, have advantage because... Yeah,
Yes.
because attack rolls have advantage against restrained targets. Yeah. Hail Core controlled chaos. Alright, won't repeat the same mistake. Magic Missile spell slot 2. Oh god. And who are you firing at?
Murder Jaden. It's like you're either murdering Jaden or someone else. It's either you or me who's getting the kill.
I'll let you move, yeah. Yeah, it's 35 feet of movement speed, by the way. Also, I guess a notable thing about Zokurai that all of you have noticed, he has armor covering nearly every single inch. Actually, no, he has armor covering every single inch of his body, including his helmet. Like an Iron Man style full body armor. He is covered head to toe in steel. Or rather, sorry, in studded leather, not steel. Yeah, he doesn't quite have breastplate yet. Let me see. One at Jaden. Okay. And I'll go ahead and zoom in the Twitch chat one a little bit closer so that you can see everyone easier. Be it him. 2 at Ghost. Okay. And where's the 4th one going?
I'm pointing at a specific person.
And whatever his face on the left. So, oh, Gerald. Okay. So, you fire at Jaden, Ghost, and Gerald. Ghost just, without even looking over, just raises his arm and a blue shield blocks it. And Gerald goes, I remember the last time Magic Missile was cast on me, and he cast Shield. He read a book of Shield since the Session 0 fights. So literally only Jaden got hit.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, Jaden, you just got hit by a Magic Missile, and the other 2 targets just both cast Shield.
Well, that wastes a slot of shield for them.
So how much damage did I take?
You took 2 force damage.
Okay.
Go live, don't worry about it.
No, 2 force damage. What about the
He did that accidentally. He didn't mean to do that.
So just 2 force.
Also, this combat took up essentially the entire session.
Oh, it's still going on, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, we're only 3 hours into the session, but yes.
This is normal. I can go another 3 hours.
Yeah, I could.
I can't because my body cannot handle going on for more than 3 hours. Or more than 4 hours.
I can go 6 hours. I normally stream 6 hours at a time, so I'm usually fine for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can reroll. Is that the reroll? No, that was normal. That was normal. Okay.
No, he rolled a 2. Because remember, he accidentally included the one thing before. Anyway, so you still took 2 damage. Good to know, Lee. Anyway, so that was the end of your turn. Do you have anything else you want to do on your turn, Sokai? I'm trying to keep this speedy and snappy. I figure as we get more used to our abilities, things will go by faster.
3, 7, 8. Yeah, we do have 8 people on the field.
Still, yes. And in all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters in all. Yes, and so far only 1 death. But a lot of people are really hurt. By the way, I will say Jaden is very bloody.
Ew.
And still standing.
Yes.
So long.
Yeah, you can only cast 1 spell per turn.
Wait, no. 2 people died.
Who is the second person?
I thought somebody else died or
Nope.
exploded.
Jaden was down to 2 HP, but then they had healing word cast on them.
Yeah.
Because we weren't able to kill them fast enough.
Anyway, so, Ghost turn then. Yeah, if you try to cast a spell as a bonus action, you can only cast a cantrip as an action. And you use magic missile and not your cannons. So, Ghost looks up at looks up at the barbarian in front of him, and he has advantage currently, and he goes, cracks his neck a little bit where the actual thing is, and where his cut is, and says, "Let's try this again. Die!" And he does inflict wounds 2 on you with advantage now.
No, you.
Well, let's see. He's using up quite a few level 2 spell slots.
I would prefer this majority of Shakul just fucking with people.
I mean, that's kind of his character. Yes. Ghost. Spellbook, level 1. Yes, public roll. Inflict wounds. Yes.
That's 25 to hit.
Yep, that's 25 to hit. And this is not actually properly upcasting it, so I'll have to roll an additional d10. Oh, here we go. Yeah, now it's upcasting it. Okay. Level 2. You took 19 necrotic damage as it rips through your body. You're saying, Cadmus?
No, I thought the bottom was you recast, was you re-rolling it.
No. It is not. So, yeah, you take 19 necrotic damage. And he goes, and Ghost says, "There we go." All right. And then the actual creature behind you will use an attack. The Inkling. And it will use, I believe it's called Ink Blot? Yes, Blot. No, sorry, Ink Spray. So, okay, it's going to target you. Make a DC 12 con save. Jack Cole.
Sorry, I was just checking up something.
Make a DC 12 con save.
EC 12.
Yes.
Let's see.
Okay, you're fine. If you had failed, you would have been blinded until the start of the Inkling's next turn. Alright. And that will be the end of this turn. Next turn. Gerald. Gerald goes, looks at the thing in front of him that's currently trapped, and he smirks, grabs his, puts his heavy crossbow away, grabs his battle axe, and while pulling it out, swings an overhead strike down onto Karsoka. Two-handed battle axe, and he gets an 18 to hit.
Let me double check. Yeah, that beats it by 1.
Okay, and it will do 18 slashing damage.
Well, then he's dead.
Okay, so he's two-handed strikes down on Karsoka and cuts him in half.
You're gonna say barbs?
Orbs.
Oh, you're doing barbs?
You can do that.
Yeah, technically, you can. I mean, it's too late, but also I didn't think of someone doing barbs. That's my damage. Well, true, damage was already rolled, but that was my own mistake for going too fast. So, okay, I'll roll again. Okay, 23. So it still kills Karsoka.
You're getting advantage too, Z.
Yes, that was with advantage. He rolled the same number on both dice both times.
Yeah, we didn't forget what Z's giving advantage to with silvery barbs.
Oh, what? Lee, wait. Not Lee. Did Lee? Lee didn't cast barbs, I don't think.
No, it was, Zachariah.
The advantage lasts until this, basically it's for their next attack, ability check, or saving throw. It's for the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Doesn't he have two of them now?
No.
Just
I mean, they don't stack that way.
Can you give another advantage to Drexel?
Well, he would still only doesn't he already have silvery barbs active?
Yes.
Then it wouldn't give him any more benefit to do that. I'd just give
You
it.
might as well give it to.
What was that, Trickle?
Just asking how long did it last?
It lasts until you make your next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Or a minute, whichever comes first.
I did attack.
Oh, then he does not have it. Yeah, so you can give it to Dracul, and Dracul would have advantage on his next attack. Okay, so that was Jawald's turn. Time for Sortu's turn.
Time to cast Magic Missile with Twilight.
Oh god. Wait, is that once per long rest?
Yes, as far as I remember.
And you already used it, didn't you?
You already did it.
I have one more die.
Oh, wait, you get 2 per long rest?
Yes.
Oh.
Because this is the one where we basically just took it from Druid.
Right, I remember. Yeah.
The Twilight of Stars.
Okay, so who are you shooting at?
Let's just shoot at the Z.
You forgot to add the damage.
Well, I'm rolling the D10.
Oh, okay. 8.
So that's 30.
Okay, who are you firing at?
Mr. Z.
Okay, so Zokarai, you're about to take 30 damage unless you have a shield that you can cast.
He can't use a reaction to use silver bars.
Oh, then yeah, you're just taking 30 force damage, and you're very bloodied. So these 4 shots just ripped, do, and just cause 3 very large bruises on him. And they're very big dents in the armor. You don't know how much damage is done underneath, but they're pretty big dents in the armor.
Middle
And
finger him.
Zokarai middle fingers you.
And
Jada will of course yell out, "Great shot, Nathal!"
Wait, can I cast Healing Blow?
As a
So,
bonus
yeah,
action?
yeah, bonus action.
No, because you already cast a spell as an action. Hello, Guildfly. Welcome. We are doing D&D. We're doing a D&D section currently. I am the GM.
So I already cast a spell.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll pass my turn for now.
okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't need rules. It's fine. You did you did a lot of damage. You did a lot of damage. That's good.
That's a lot of damage.
Now that's a lot of damage. Okay. So, Hoonery, you're up.
Almost 28.
Seeing his companion just die, he is very, very, very pissed. I will spend half my movement to get up.
Okay.
The rest of my movement to fly up, because fuck that hit me hard and I don't like it. So I will be 15 feet in the air now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pull my crossbow.
Okay.
Yeah, and Silver Barbs does apply to this, right?
Yes, because you have advantage currently. Yes.
Cool.
Who are you firing at?
I'm firing at the guy who said "fuck you, fuck off," and I'm gonna yell back in the interconic.
That was
Zokarai.
Yes, I'm shooting Jaden, and he's gonna shout back interconic, "Well, fuck you."
Okay.
22 to hit, and that is. I don't think you did. Oh, you didn't do sharpshooter? Okay.
No, I didn't do sharpshooter. because-
Okay, wait. How many? Oh fuck! No, I can't do it. Shit.
Nope.
It doesn't count as a physical attack. Yeah, I'm down.
You're dead.
Yeah, I'm
Jaden.
dead.
So you yell "fuck you" in Draconic, and this shot comes in and just pierces Jaden in the face.
It freezes part of his face over because of the cold damage.
And Jaden falls over.
Yes.
As this happens, luminescence begin rushing out of one of the doors to quickly scoop up Jaden's body and escort them out.
Well, you're on your own now, Lou.
Yep.
Oh wait! Can I use my bonus action to attack again?
Because of expert crossbow?
Yes, because of expert crossbow.
Yes, you can. Who are you going to shoot at?
You mean expert crossbow? You mean crossbow experts?
Yes, we mean crossbow expert.
All right, cool. I'm shooting at ghosts.
Okay. Are you shooting at the Inkling or at a regular ghost? Because if you're shooting at a regular ghost, you'll, I believe, have half cover. Not sure. Let me draw a line and check.
I'm in the air. Since first off.
Oh, right, you're in the air. So, no, that won't apply. So, yes, you'll be able to fire a ghost fully without any bonus thing. Without, yeah.
I don't have advantage right now. I'm still just shooting with my hand crossbow.
Keep in mind, Ghost, I believe, still has shield up. I don't remember. I don't think he does.
no.
No, okay, he's not. He does not. All right.
Well, it's a 21 to hit.
What is Ghost AC? Hold on. Let me go check. Yeah, Ghost uses, raises an arm and uses shield, which gives an AC of 22. So he manages
Did
to.
he use the shield last turn?
Yes, he used another first level spell slot to cast it this turn.
Ah.
He has a free use, but he also has regular uses too, because he has regular spell slots. And he has not used his reaction yet, I do not believe.
He almost is, which is why Draco is taunting him.
Right. Yes, Ghost is burning through a lot of his spell slots, I will say. And remember, he also gets a free use sort of thing, so...
No. Hungry is not cursing. He's saying such a pain in Draconic.
Okay. So, anything else you want to do in your turn? Like, oh wait, you can't bonus action Karsoka because Karsoka's not here.
Language, it needs to be stronger.
What does Brishnox do?
Right, cool. Brishnox is gonna do the only thing he can do right now, because... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have... No, I'm gonna have, Brishnox, use Slam. That is a... That's a low number to hit. That's a 10 to hit. Damn it.
Yep, that is a miss. As it just bounces right off the chainmail. Alright, so Harold goes now. The one in front of Sortu. And he says, "Heh, that one over there is looking a bit weak," and raises his crossbow to fire at Zokurai. Actually, hold on. No, he says, that one's looking a bit weak, and he rushes in to attack Zokurai in melee.
Good, come closer.
They tried to surround you.
And
If they surround you, it's not good.
they do better in melee than they do in ranged.
Like,
Wait.
first off, we're trying to get rid of Ghost.
Yeah.
Stop lagging, Roll20, please. Thank you. I forgot to set up the macros for this guy. One moment. Okay. So, now he will fire, Battle Axe two-handed. Anyone want to use silvery barbs?
I don't have it.
Give me a moment, let me double check. I probably should if, hang on. Spells, it is, question.
Yes.
If, does it count for pair if we have,
If you have it through a book?
yeah.
Yes. It's automatically prepared if you have it through a book. You just know it always.
Cool, I would like to use silver barbs.
Okay. So I'll make him re-roll. This time I remember to actually ask if someone wanted to.
Thank you for telling me.
Yes.
I did not think of
He gets a 9!
I'm moving a spell slot from better.
So Zokuri manages to completely dodge as he tries to swing in, but at the last moment, Silvery Barbs pulls Zokuri to the side a little bit, enough for him to be able to move out of the way, as it smashes into the floor of the arena with a crack, cracking the floor of the arena a little bit. That would have been a lot of damage. He goes, "Damn mages!" And he ends his turn. That's the second time he said that.
Idiotic lump.
Alright. Cadmus, you gotta continue. Sorry, Dracul, you gotta continue 1v1ing Ghost here.
Yeah?
And you have advantage. Thanks to Silvery Barbs. Also, by the way, Hoonari, who did you give that advantage to? Yourself or Zokurai?
Zilgar, do you want it?
Yeah, Lee just said, I think this guy loves mages.
Because it depends on like what kind of.
Alright. Yeah. Who Zokurai said sure.
Alright, cool. Like I can give it to you.
That is a hit. Wait. No, sorry, he still has shield up. So he currently still has a 22. So no, that is not it.
Oh, right, he does have shield up. We should probably put a stat effect on him saying that he has shield. Still,
I didn't hear what you said. What? Direct? Or
I
Cadmus?
didn't say anything.
Angry Surge number 2 down.
Oh, okay. That is also a miss, as both of them just hit the blue shield and aren't able to actually get through it. And Ghost just mutters in common, pathetic. Now it is. Oh wait, everyone, roll me a d20.
Except me.
Yes, everyone who's alive, roll me a d20.
9.
Okay. No mishaps happen, I believe. Did Zuckerberg roll? Yes, Zuckerberg rolled. So no mishaps happen this time.
Also,
No.
go for a trick who said, not as pathetic as hiding behind a stupid shield.
All right, Zokurai, you're up. What are you going to do? You have a giant, large creature. You have a large creature in front of you. And so far, you two have not been able to. Your fighters have not been able to harm any of the half-ogres. They're at full HP. What you gonna do when he comes for you? Because he's came for you, and he's ready. Yeah, you can say something. What do you want to say? So while they're typing that out, how does everyone think the battle is going so far?
Oh, it's fun. I had a lot of fun. As much as I got my ass kicked and died first, I'm having a lot of fun.
I thought this is a pretty great way to start out a session 1. Especially considering we have Deathless Arena, so there's no consequence to this.
Yeah. I am gonna say that I do feel kind of like there is one thing I kind of don't enjoy, but I'm still enjoying this campaign is how it started is where the entirety of session 1 was just an arena, which honestly it feels way more fun.
Right? Did you catch that, Hoonery?
If I go down, get me up, please. Directed at Henry. Okay.
And then Triku responded.
Oh, either him or I. Yeah. Yay, I'm glad it's helped lift your mood, Lee. Alright, so what are you gonna do, Zokurai? You have this thing in front of you, and remember, if you shoot a ranged weapon while there's a creature within 5 feet of you, you have disadvantage.
No, energy eruption doesn't work anymore. Damn it. I have a question.
Fire breath. Okay, he's going to use his fire breath.
I have a question for you. With this one, it's within 10 feet of my companion. Does the body of the companion count, or does it just not work anymore?
Isn't that a Brisnox thing?
No, that is my thing. I forgot to move myself back to as Hoonery.
What are you referring? Wait, what are you asking me?
I'm asking if this spell would work. If Hoonery could cast this spell.
Any number of creatures of your choice within 10 feet of your companion must make a. I'm going to say a familiar does count as a companion in this case. I'm going to say a familiar does count for the qualifications of that as a companion.
Alright, so I can use it from Brisnox. Nice.
Okay. Oh, you made a mistake, Fire Breath. It doesn't matter, Dracul, it doesn't matter. It's a freaking. It's not an attack roll.
Oh.
Yeah. He currently has advantage right now. That was making like what we're gonna do.
If you run, he can take an opportunity attack against you.
I think maybe.
You're gonna have to do something. And you already did you already use your Dragon Breath attack because you rolled it?
No, not yet. He said
Okay.
that instead he wants to run.
You could disengage. You could
You could use
disengage.
you could use an action to disengage, and if you do, when you run away, it won't provoke opportunity attacks. It would use up your action though. It's times like this where having Zephyr Strike might have been a good idea.
Yeah, I had Zephyr Strike on another character of mine. I'm like, hey, it's not bad. Plus, I get to use the additional force damage when I make an attack when I attack with a weapon.
Don't forget, you got that one thing in your inventory, Z. I already thought that you already had like 10 berries on, like 10 of those drinking things on you. Because I figure your character always starts with 10 of those on you. Yeah, you already have 10 of your health drinks. It's a thing for his character. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
He has his drinks the same way I do mine.
I have none of those.
Okay, Fire Breath.
Weapon is too weak.
Do you want to keep the one that you rolled before, or do you want to roll it again?
Just take the 7.
Okay, what was that one other type of damage? Sorry, that was for extra concussion arcane weapon, which is not proper. Yeah. Okay, so and it's a dex save. So I'll make a dex save for him. This is Harold. Do I have Harold's sheet up anymore? I don't have Harold's sheet up. I have Gerald's sheet up, but not Harold's. Okay. So, yeah, dex save. Bam. He failed. He failed the dex save, so he takes full damage. So he takes 7 fire damage. And as you just freak out and go, and just fire your breath away, just, stupid flames as he's trying to brush them away. And he's not that hurt, but he's just more annoyed than anything else. Alright. And that will be, I believe, your turn. If you want to try and move away, you can, but he's going to get an opportunity attack. So, it's up to you.
I assume that opportunity attack is going to hit.
An opportunity attack uses up his reaction, which he has not already used it yet. Don't forget, you can use a free interaction. You can use your object interaction to drink a health drink this turn.
Oh, I will need one of my turn.
Eventually. I was talking to Zokarai. Oh, okay.
Oh,
So-
you have to leave?
Like, leave the session, or... Okay, if that's fine. We can go ahead and say you just wanted to bow out of this fight, and you, like... Okay. We'll just go ahead and say that you basically surrendered at this point out of panic, and you are going to be not participating in this battle anymore. Which, him surrendering does not make the entire side surrender, just he does. Yeah, okay. So, he puts down 10 health drinks and then just runs away. So there's currently 10 various colored bottles sitting on the floor, made of glass.
And
Oh, yes, and he picks up his homunculus gem. Okay, so he is gone. He's effectively out of the fight. Gerald's turn. Alright, take care. Take care. I understand. So Gerald, looking down at the dragon statue in front of him, he goes, "Stop being annoying," and rolls a two-handed battle axe attack on him. Getting a 25.
that hits.
No silvery barbs?
I already used my silver barbs, and I gave it to Zokurai, who has now left the bat.
Okay. And they take 12 slashing damage. So, Brishnox is now very bloodied. And-
wrestling from a statue.
Yeah, and Jero cut down and cut a piece of the base of the statue. Which probably hurt quite a bit. Sortu, you're up.
Yeah, I can't do much. So I'll just move, like, over here.
Good.
Harold is going like, "You can't hide behind me forever, but okay."
I can't hit him up there.
Are you going to do anything with your action?
Uh,
There is currently a Dracul in the middle of a melee over here.
There's currently a Dracul.
And he is enraged.
He is in rage, yes.
As are you.
Yeah, I'll just tell Mr. Harold that over here to try to get the bird down onto the ground.
How many rounds left? How long has it passed from the fairy luminescence?
4. It has been 4 turns.
Then I need 6 more.
Yeah, this session's probably going to end before Fairy Fire ends. Anyway,
Yeah,
so that's your turn?
I will just tell Harold, if I remember this guy,
Yes, Harold.
to try to get the owl down on the ground.
Are you giving him Bardic Inspiration?
I might
Okay.
as well.
Okay, Bardic Inspiration, and he feels a surge of song as you tell him that. He's like, "Okay, then, I'll try it." You want me to grab him? And that's when Huneri's turn comes up.
Let's see. Okay then. Yeah. Wow. Cody's like, you know what? No, that's Brishnox, of course. I want to open up Brunery sheet.
Also, Ravager gave a friendly reminder that there is 10 free 1 HP health drinks there sitting on the floor.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, I could come down myself and grab the stuff.
But they're currently right next to Harold, who would probably try to opportunity attack you if you tried to run away.
Yeah, that's a thing. Unless I use disengage.
Does the Owlin have the flyby feature? I don't think it does.
No, I do not.
no, they don't.
Okay, I know regular owls do, but not the Owlin race. Okay.
Alright. So, if I go down and pick up the stuff,
1 HP, yes.
it's, question.
Answer.
Will it count as an action or the interaction
To
action?
pick it, yeah, I'm going to say to pick it up and drink it would be an interaction. Because they're meant to be very easy to open. That's how he designed them.
And how many can I pick up in one go?
1.
Okay then, so literally I have to stand there.
Basically. You could, like, fly there, get one, use an action, disengage, and fly away.
Yeah. But here's the something that Zachary should have done.
But you are 15 feet in the air. Don't forget, you are 15 feet in the air.
I know that.
Also, by the way, I'm going to mention the half ogre's like 15 feet tall, so if you want to get out of melee range, you're actually going to have to get a lot higher in the air.
Yeah.
You are currently head level with the half ogre.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna use, I'm probably gonna go higher, probably 15 feet more.
Okay. Yep, risk death to be healed.
It's not a good thing. Cool. Question. Does this, make it so that my crossbow range is now long range, or does that not matter with altitude?
Don't you have sharpshooter?
I do have sharpshooter.
Then you completely ignore that mechanic anyway.
Alright, so that's if I use sharpshooter.
No.
Also,
The sharpshooter feat makes all of your ranged attacks ignore the long range restriction.
I can shoot, as long as I want. Got it.
Yeah, basically you can ignore the short range, long range thing, and it's just range.
Got it. Think of something.
And yeah, we got off to a later start today. That's part of the reason why this is going a bit longer, and we're currently 4 hours into the stream. This actually took longer than I thought it would. I thought we'd get this battle done in 2 hours. But people are taking longer to think about their things than I anticipated.
Yes, I'm never short.
I know, but I anticipated people would be more snappy about what they're doing on their turn.
No, we have no idea what our characters could do, so we have to like plan out. So we have to like bake out certain things that could occur.
That's kind of why I told you to do some of that stuff beforehand. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so what are you doing, Henry?
My question is, since Zachary left the field, can I actually have my silvery barbs advantage, or is that just gone now?
That's just gone now.
Okay, that's fine. Alright then, I guess I'm just gonna shoot my hand crossbow.
Okay, and who are you shooting at?
I'm gonna be shooting at the ogre.
Harold. Got it.
Harold, yes.
So he looks up at you and goes, "Pretty little birdie," as you fire a crossbow at his face. And he sees the bolts coming and goes, "Oh!" and ducks out of the way real quick, and it goes by his head. You did not hit him.
I'm gonna shoot again.
Okay. That... What? Oh, it automatically rolled damage. Okay, yeah, that was a hit, and, yeah. So, that's...
Wait, where are the rolls? I don't see the rolls.
Same here.
I'm doing to GM, sorry. That's my fault. He rolled a 23 to hit.
He rolled a 23 to hit, and he rolled 12 damage. Alright, so, yeah, that's a hit, and no amount of shield would help that, so he's not even going to try. So, yeah, he just got shot. So as he ducked out of the way, the other bolt hit him square in the forehead. He goes, ah! Tries to pull the bolt out of his head. But he gets 12 damage. And
Yeah.
he is quite hurt, but he's still relatively okay. I will mention, the half-ogres do not have spell slots. They just read the books. They have a one-time use shield spell.
One-time use shield spell, got it.
Gerald has already used his. Harold has not used his.
And Rishnox is gonna go use Slam.
Yeah.
Which is a complete failure because it's a 9.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that's the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
Okay, so Harold sees this, and he goes, ah, that's annoying, and I'm going to actually have him make an intelligence check. to see if he does the right decision or the wrong decision here. Nope, he does the wrong decision. Okay, so he completely ignores what Sortu told him.
God
And
damn it, Harold.
he
I
just-
had faith in you.
He just pulls out his heavy crossbow and fires it up at Hernery. Because he's pissed off right now.
You hear an audible smack from the crowd.
And he
great
missed.
job.
Yep. Because you're so high in the air, you're definitely dodge his thing. Goes, damn bird! And he ends his turn. Dracul, you are up.
One job.
Continue attacking the ghost.
Okay. Continue attacking the ghost then.
Is shield still up? Or is it down?
No.
It is down. Wait. Has he gotten a turn since then? I believe he has. No, he has not. I don't think.
So I think his shield.
Wait,
might
no,
still
yeah,
be up.
his shield is down. Never
If
mind.
he,
The shield is
he's still
down.
down. Oh, okay.
Yeah. 22?
That is a hit. And he's not going to cast shield again. He will silvery barbs that though.
Oh shit.
And
He
he'll
has
give
silver
himself
barbs.
advantage. Yes.
He has both shield and silvery barbs.
And also he has silvery barbs as a class ability, not just as a spell. Because the College of Silverquill subclass. Anyway.
Alright.
That was, I believe, with advantage. Wait, are you doing relentless attack?
Oh, I didn't use a relentless attack!
Do you want to use relentless attack? Because then it would be a 24, but everyone gave advantage against you.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so that hits him. Roll damage. Ooh, that's 12 damage. So, you cut.
And I go again!
Huh?
And I go again because I have my multi-attack. Not multi-attack,
Okay,
extra attack.
so that blow hits into him and cuts the same cut it did before, even deeper, and he's very bloodied, and he's actually starting to look a bit angry.
Have I made my point yet?
Goddamn shield.
That hits. Barely, but it does. And what happens? You kill him. What happens?
I go and just stab through him.
Do you cleave him completely in two?
In one swift motion, I just slash right through him diagonally.
Okay, so you slash through him diagonally, and black ink just starts going everywhere, and his body collapses to the floor. Except his expression hasn't changed at all. It's still a dead stare, and he's just staring at you. But he's quite dead, and his inkling slowly fades away as a result.
That's just Draculus saying, I knew I could surpass you.
And you have achieved one of your life missions for your character.
Such a was. Congratulations.
No.
One of them.
One of his life missions was to beat Ghost in one-on-one combat.
Well, he is ranked 5 in the pits.
Yeah, and the entire crowd's cheering at the man who just defeated Ghost. He goes, "Go Dracul! Go Dracul! Go Dracul!"
Why, thank you.
All right. So it is now. Everyone, roll me a d20. Everyone who's still alive.
I was about to say, I'm surprised something bad
Wow.
happened. Why
Okay.
Did I have to say that? Why did I have to say that?
So the majority of people are shouting "Go Dracul," but one guy's like, "No, fuck you! You can't beat Ghost!" and fires a spell at you. He fires a guiding bolt.
It's not like it does anything. They already have advantage against him because of relentless attack.
I know, it just does damage. It does 4, he has to make the attack roll, and he does not have a modifier, so that will just be a RD20. And he gets a 4, so he completely misses. And that one happened.
Everyone.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was like, I imagine everyone turns up at the guy like, "Oi, now's not the time."
Now, it's not cause a ruckus.
Yeah, and you see, it came from over here, and the reason why you can tell is because you see a bunch of other people around him just laughing at him because he missed. He's like, come on, give the guy a chance. You can't hit the broad side of a board. And the luminescents start converging on this dude. It was some middle-aged man in his 50s. It was a human. Anyway, so we'll start with Gerald. Gerald will start. He goes, stupid statue, just die already. And just, he's just fed up with you. Two-handed battle axe, gets a 26. Lee would mutter to himself, I'm surprised they haven't made a way to prevent the audience from doing this. Secretly they don't, just because they find it more entertaining that the audience can do this, but they do escort people out because it is technically illegal.
I'm assuming that's gonna kill Brishnox. Brishnox is gonna say, "My death doesn't mean my death will harm you."
Don't you have a death burst ability that just now triggered?
Precisely.
Alright, so he slashes all the way through it, and yellow energy starts blasting outwards from Brishnox. So what happens?
I'm gonna roll I'm gonna roll 1d6. I'm just gonna roll d6, and he's gonna take radiant damage. That is a 2 radiant damage.
And I need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Actually, yeah, make a Constitution saving throw first. Then he can take the damage.
Wait, no, you have to do. They take 3 1d6 radiant damage.
No,
No.
3 is the average.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, make a Constitution saving throw.
Will do. So,
Anyway, he passes.
yeah, so as it goes, what the hell was that thing made of, as he puts his hand in front of his eyes to shield his eyes. Alright, and Brishnox is down. And, this, Gerald looks over and sees the fact that Ghost is dead. He's like, huh, I get a turn, and just moves directly next to Cadmus. But he's already used his action, so that will be the end of his turn.
God damn it.
Thortu, you're up.
Oh no, I could have said I used my move action, move within range of the cube.
Oh, you want to? You can go ahead and do so. Sorry, wait, no, sorry. You it's not your turn.
Yeah, I know. Which is like, darn it, I should have done that on my turn.
Okay, Thortu, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just going to move like over here for now.
I'm going to say this is a lot closer of a fight than I thought it would be. This is actually coming down to the wire.
And you seriously think that my side would get yes, the Foxkin side would get beaten up?
Yep. For now, I will.
Here's the thing. We weren't prepared for the fact that you guys had shield and fucking
Silvery barbs.
Like you had that shit prepared. I'm saying like, there goes my plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't suggest it for your character.
What's the barbarian name?
Dracul. Also, keep in mind, by the way, this is probably going to be the hardest fight you'll have in a while, and I figure I'd open up session 1 with one of the harder fights, because it's player versus player. So the enemies are a lot more intelligent.
I mean, it shows how strong we each are.
I am here's the thing. If I knew
You have to make a DC 14 dex save. Cool. Acid splash. Oh god.
Fails! He fails!
I
Yep.
also think he's resistant. Isn't he resistant to it?
No, I mean, you're not a totem barbarian, so... Are you a totem barbarian?
No.
Oh, but I'm a
No.
black scaled.
Then no, you're only resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
He's
No,
black
I'm
by
not
dragon.
He's a black. He's a black.
Oh, he's a black dragon, right? So he is resistant because he is of the type.
So it's
Yeah.
So yes, you only take 6 damage.
Yeah.
Still, you are very bloodied.
This is fun.
and that's the and I will set one card face down and pass my turn.
Okay, Hootery, what are you gonna do?
Hold on, thinking. I think I want to cast Guiding Bolt.
On who?
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt on you want the little kobold? Got it. Cool. I'm casting Guiding Bolt on the little kobold.
Nobody has touched it.
Is it in range?
Hang on, let me
Yes,
double check
Guiding Bolt has a range of 120.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in red.
It can hit
I'm
from
pretty
one.
sure it's
It can hit from one side of the arena to the other. I've measured it.
Alright, that's a 21 to hit.
Which, by the way, you notice everyone in the arena has been firing long-range spells down at the crowd just because I want to make sure that they have the range to hit the fighters. Anyway,
So that hits.
roll damage.
Don't you have a shield?
Can I
That will only put me to 20.
I want to actually, I want to upcast this to level 2.
Upcast it. Go ahead. Let's see what happens.
Because I can't do level 3, but I'm gonna do level 2.
Oh god, that's 13 radiant damage.
And I have to roll Constitution.
Sorry, 16 radiant damage, not 13.
Alright, let me go double check everything about Guiding Bolt. Here, let me just put it in the
There's no Constitution save. You're just covered in blinding light, and
Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire is Constitution.
Fairy Fire is dexterity.
Okay. There's Guiding Bolt. Yeah, let me just put down Guiding Bolt.
Yeah, there's no save involved in Guiding Bolt.
Yeah, it just happens.
It just happens till the end of next turn.
Fairy Fire is concentration.
Yeah, oh, Fairy Fire is concentration, yes. So, okay, you have to roll a Constitution save for Fairy Fire. Concentration.
Oh! If I know that, I would have hit him, but you know, oh well.
Why do you think Dracul wanted you to hit him?
What do I have to roll to success? What do I have to roll?
You have to roll a DC 10.
DC 10. Constitution save.
Yep. That's a pass.
That's a pass.
And I take 16 damage.
Yep. So the bolt rushes into you and hits you in the gut, and it singes you with like a burn, but you're relatively okay.
By the way, we now have advantage on you.
Yes. The
Which
next
attack
attack,
has advantage.
the next attack roll has advantage. Okay, it's now Harold's turn. Unless you have anything else to do in your turn, Henry.
Can I? I don't think I have anything to do for bonus actions anymore.
Do you want to move?
Oh, do I want to move? Yes, I would like to move into the sphere.
Okay, keep in mind, if you want to get the AC boost, you need to be within 10 feet of him, which means you can't be 30 feet in the air.
Okay then, never mind then. Because they already have advantage on me.
Yeah. Alright, so it's Harold's turn now. And he goes, "Where you going, Barney? I'm not done with you," and fires his heavy crossbow at you.
Oh, fuck. Can I silver barbs that?
Yes, you can. It's a crit, so you better. Alright, still be bards. And who are you giving the advantage to? Yourself?
I'm giving the advantage to myself.
He's still got a crit.
What the fuck?
No. Yes!
How much is the crit damage? You take 8 damage.
8 damage? Okay, fine.
Yeah, the
That's-
ogres keep rolling hot.
Yeah.
Damn.
They keep rolling like 20s. Okay, he just smirks confidently, and that's the end of his turn.
Not even my other reaction would work. Oh wait, no, shield? No, what does shield do?
Leap.
Shield does a +5.
Lee and Sortu, make me insight checks. Oh,
Fox. Your movement is hard when you're in that area.
yep, because of the
So you-
difficult
you-
terrain, because of the thorny things.
Wait, but I thought I
Yeah.
avoided that.
No,
No,
that's different. You succeeded from not getting entangled, but you can't succeed to the situation of walking slowly through here.
This blue square
So
is
it's a different
difficult. This blue square is still difficult terrain, and that halves
Yeah.
your movement while you're moving through it. So really, you could move 20 feet. So you could move, yeah, here, if you want to. Also, Gerald is going to get an opportunity attack on you if you do that.
Actually, no. Say where it was here.
Okay.
I,
Sortu doesn't make it, but Lee, I'll send you something privately.
And can I get the? Can I have Gerald near me?
also, you are over here. You are over here.
Yeah, you're more like
Oh,
here. Here. That is where you were exactly.
And I move here.
Yeah, I think he still gets the opportunity attack on you.
We don't
Yeah.
disengage you, he still gets an opportunity attack.
If you unless you disengaged as an action.
You can disengage as an action to get closer to him, but that will be in action.
I'm gonna move closer and then use my great swords.
Oh, closer. Wait, what?
You are over here.
You're already standing in this location.
You were standing right there.
You've always been standing
Oh.
there, which is why I've been saying you would been getting an opportunity attack from
I
Gerald.
forgot that I was next to him already.
Yes. Okay, so just attack him with your greatsword if you want to. Okay, that's a crit. Roll damage.
I can use this.
Oh, you forgot to use that. Would you let's just say that you used it because it's a crit anyway. It doesn't matter.
It's
yeah.
a 20.
Yeah. Also, Fox, do be sure to read it before you make a melee attack. You have to call it.
Yeah, you have to make before you make a melee attack. You have to call it, but this time we'll allow it just because you didn't know.
I thought that only works when you crit.
No.
No,
It works
yeah.
anytime.
Before you make a melee attack with a heavy weapon.
Yeah,
I'm also getting greater weapon because I'm also getting greater weapon master at some point.
and keep in mind you can just generate advantage every turn because of reckless attacks. So that makes Great Weapon Master almost always worth just going for.
I could have made this so quicker.
Yep, but you didn't. So roll damage, and you did not get to do Great Weapon Master. Just normal greatsword damage.
It's 4d6.
Plus 10, right?
Just click the name Greatsword. It will roll it for you.
Yeah, I think if you touch the one, if you just click it on the chat, there we are.
No.
No,
Fox.
you did it manually.
Fox.
See? I just clicked the thing and it did it for you.
Yeah,
if
there's,
you
there's a
keep
thing
Nate-
flip.
Yeah, if you go on the chat and you hover over the Great Sword Moon Touch, it will turn red. If you click on it, it rolls for you.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get used to that.
No, it's fine.
Anyway, so you did 19 damage. So you
And now I'm
cut.
gonna use my other great sword, using the great weapon attack.
Okay, do you already have an attack thing for that, or no?
Hmm?
Do you already have an attack thing set up for that, or no?
I have the other great sword.
Oh, well, yeah,
He
whatever.
does- he
I'm
has
saying,
it-
do you
he
have
has
something
it.
on your character sheet already set up for that? I'm going to take that as a no?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So just roll it and roll -5 from the accuracy. Anyway, so you cut a deep, grievous wound into the Hatho. He snarls at you and goes, "You're a lot tougher than the others." And that's a miss.
I always have been.
And then you swing the greatsword again, and he catches it with his hand. All right. Very. Okay. All right. So that is your turn, and everyone roll a d20.
Somebody heal me.
No, thank God.
No one had anything happen. No occurrence happened. Okay. So Gerald is now pissed, and he's like, "I can. Anything you can do, I can hit back harder." And he gets a 16 to hit you.
No.
Okay. And he does not have 2 attacks, so that is his entire
Nice
turn.
try. I can give you some pointers later.
Sortu, you're up.
I can't move inside because I won't reach anyone. So I'll just
Okay.
keep my distance, that's all.
Are you going to cast any spells, or?
You could have acid splash Hernery.
Well,
Couldn't
yeah,
he?
well, no,
I'm trying to keep
yeah, I
here.
can technically, before I move, I will acid splash them.
Acid Splash is 30 feet. Sorry, Hoonery is 30 feet in the air, keep in mind.
No, acid splash, acid splash is 60 feet.
I know, but my point is Hoonery's 30 feet in the air. So you have to do 30 feet sideways and 30 feet up to be able to hit Hoonery.
Well, something here, so yeah, I wouldn't hit.
That would not be able to hit.
Yeah,
Just
no.
out of range.
So I'll just move.
Yeah, just move. Do you have like 120 range spell that you can do or something?
Well, I do have magic
They
missile,
used
but
it
he
up.
has shield.
True, Hoonery does have shield.
Yeah. Literally, like that's actually how we had to like plan out at that point. So how we had to take out Z is as soon as Z used silvery barbs, we're just like talking Z, talking Z, talking Z.
Right. And this is also serving as a good pointer, by the way, for each of you to know how strong each other are. And yeah, so when you do eventually all fight together as a group, you can see like, oh, hey, how well do you do against monsters, for example?
I mean, there's a reason why Cadmus is one of the top 5.
Yeah. Okay, Hoonery, you're up. Your turn.
So I would like to,
Keep in mind, Sortu is the one that has fairy fire on you, still affecting you.
yeah, I know. You know, I want to make 2 attacks on. Actually, I'm gonna use sharpshooter crossbow for my first attack with silver barbs.
Ah, so the advantage. Got it.
I'm gonna get advantage.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna shoot normally.
Okay. That's like the worst advantage roll I've ever seen.
It's a 17 to hit.
Okay.
And who? You didn't specify who you
Sortu.
wanted.
You did specify
That's what
Sortu.
I'm sort to.
Oh, so yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Shield. So a blue shimmering shield appears next to Sortu and blocks the crossbow shot. Anything else on your turn, Henry?
No, that was my bonus action and such. Yep.
Okay.
There is nothing I can properly do. Wait,
Harold's still pissed off and is still going to keep shooting at you. And he's still getting crits.
can I use silver? I would like to use silver barbs again.
Are you out of spell slots?
This is my last one.
Okay then. Yeah, I was about to say you're really low on spell slots. Okay, yeah, you can use it again.
Can you all stop critting me?
No.
What the
I think
fuck?
the ogre said no and then rolled a 20 to hit you. They're just rolling hot. I mean, I tuned them up. I didn't tune them up with extra luck abilities.
Sir 2, why do you have shield? I was supposed to hit you.
It's fuck
Oh.
you.
4 piercing damage. So he clips one of your wings.
Ow, you bitch.
Are you concentrating on any spells currently?
No.
Bug, have you clicked on the other screen?
Not in a while, no. There we go.
You should do that.
I just clicked back.
Yeah.
I've been distracted. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've been doing it like periodically every 10 minutes, but I forgot to do it for a while now. Okay. Cadmus, because I've been
Yeah.
trying to wrap this up.
Oh, I'm gonna use greater weapon attack.
Okay, greater weapon attack, and are you going to use relentless attack to gain advantage?
Yes.
Okay. Greater weapon, relentless attack. Let's go. I don't know who's going to win this one. I'm going to be honest. So -5, so that would be a miss. Wait.
Try again.
Yeah, no, that would be a miss because you rolled 14. Try again.
Alright.
That's still a miss.
That's still a miss. Ow.
Because effectively, you're trying to meet or beat a 15 on a d20 roll with a +0. Okay. So Cadmus is so you swing 2 times, and both times it just hits the chain shirt. But though his armor is heavily damaged, I'm going to say his AC is down to 14 now. What that's worth. Now he went from 15 to 14. Okay, so he will just swing back because he's just single-minded at trying to hit you.
25 to hit. Wow. You're just really rolling hot.
Yeah, I'm just rolling hot for the half ogres. It's nothing else to do. Because granted, they have a +5 to hit, but that's about it. Sorry, they have a +7 to hit. That's 9 slashing damage.
Which I'm resistant to, so it's 5.
Yep, 5 slashing damage. Alright.
Skill for my proficiency?
Oh, we forgot to roll for the crowd. Hold on.
Right. Draw time.
Roll d20s.
19.
Oh! Hootery! Hootery, someone in the crowd says, "No, Birdie, please don't lose," and casts healing word on you.
Oh, fuck yes!
No!
Yes!
So you get to heal for 1d4 plus 0 HP.
Alright, who's rolling D4?
I'll go ahead and roll it.
Okay. I swear, it's a 1.
It's a 4.
Oh, yes!
It was some little girl, sorry, not some little girl, it was some, 14-year-old girl who just recently went through the thing. It's like, "No, Birdie, don't die." Okay, sorry, so that happened, then Droll did their thing, and now it's Sartu's turn.
Yeah, I'm just.
Are you going to just leave?
No, he's not going to leave. He's staying in the arena. He's just moving around.
Okay. Keep in mind, by the way, whenever someone drops, luminescence usually just rush in and grab them and leave, and the gladiators know not to attack them. I assume none of you guys have been trying to attack the luminescence carrying out the dead bodies.
No. Because I remember last time someone did during my time, and they got murdered.
Yeah, they got completely smited by a paladin with like a 5th level slot or something. They got fucking hammered with a crit. The paladins still joke around.
That's how Dracula responds to just moving away. There is no escape.
Yeah.
I just acid splash him before I'm.
Acid splash who?
I mean, you could just keep running around and keep dissing them and deal vicious mockery damage.
You could vicious mockery, which would give disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah.
Remember, Herdery's 30 feet in the air, so you have to be a little closer than that.
Can roll 20 not be frozen?
I'd say don't target Hoonery, target the barbarian.
Yeah, the barbarian's almost dead. Alright, do vicious mockery. And blue is back.
Again, this is mockery.
I had to disconnect because roll 20 was frozen for me.
Okay, Cadmus, Dracul, make a wisdom saving throw.
Also, the music has stopped for me, by the way, so you're gonna have to stop it and replay it.
Okay.
17.
You still have vicious. You still have something you can still do in the battle. That can still affect people.
So you take, I believe that means that you take 4 psychic damage, but you don't get the extra effect of vicious mockery.
No, he does. Nothing happens to him. He does take
Oh,
damage. He doesn't.
okay.
From the pits of hell than in your stupid mouth.
Yeah.
You must succeed on the wisdom saving throw or take 1d4 damage.
I like to imagine you just said, your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
I said what I said. No, I said what I said. I've seen more in the pits of hell.
No, I meant Sortu. That was the mockery, I'd like to assume.
Yep.
So, Hoonery, you're up.
I'm up again?
Yes.
Oh god.
Does he have shields?
Not active currently, no. Sorry, this one has used theirs, Harold has not.
Harold, sorry, can roll 20, can you, like, not freeze up on me?
The one on your right has not. The one on your left next to the barbarian has used shield.
How bloody do they look? Question, how bloody is the one Cadmus is attacking?
Both of them seem relatively unharmed. They're hurt, but they're not, like, badly hurt.
I see.
And that's for both of them, not just the one the Cadmus is attacking. I'm going to give you a hit, by the way. They both have exactly the same amount of HP right now, somehow.
The twins.
They're both equally damaged, and they're both above half HP.
Hey, Cadmus, you're, do you want to, you want creature the first time a creature is demised. Do you want to be like, just, you know, hit the target next time just for, like, sure, and not just do great weapon mastery? Because I have a spell that can have them cause more damage possibly. Or I could just, not that one. I don't want that one, don't want that one. I see. You know what?
Do you have any spell slots left?
I have one spell slot left.
Is it second level or something?
It's second level.
Okay.
However, how dexterity? Does the attack use? They're probably +7. You know what? No, right. I have silver barbs on right now. From the last attack.
Yes.
Alright, cool. Alright then, I'm gonna go and use my sharpshooter
Okay.
on Sortu. What the hell?
Okay, yeah. So
I'm
that's a
just gonna
complete
shoot
miss.
again. I'm gonna shoot again. And then I'm gonna shoot short two normally. That's an 18. Can I have this for my normal?
That's an 18 to hit. Fortitude, do you have any spell slots left?
No,
You do not?
I do not.
Okay, so you got hit by an 18 and it did max damage, so it did 13 damage.
Okay, that's 13 damage.
And Sword 2 is very bloodied. And also you have to make a concentration check of DC 10. You pass.
He gets it. He gets it.
Okay.
Harold, shoot that motherfucker down.
No. In Draconic he says no. Yeah, in Draconic he says no.
Harold's turn. Harold.
Fuck you and go to hell.
Harold looks back at Sortu and then looks up angrily and says, "Little birdie, stop shooting my friends!" and fires his hand crossbow at you.
I swear.
He gets a 15.
You get the 15 hit, guess what? That misses.
Okay.
Finally.
It impacts your armor, but it glances off of the mage armor that you currently have active. So the little shield, it like hits your skin but bounces off, and you just basically count your lucky stars. He didn't crit this time.
Hurry says thrick in Draconic, or it's more like thrick, or however you say that in Draconic.
Also, that's
And-
notable. Sorry, go ahead.
And so he's thinking, thank God it finally works.
By the way, that is notable that he directly called Sortu a friend. You all now know that these half ogres are of the good alignment.
Noted.
They are
Like what?
chaotic good.
Oh, that's good.
Like me.
Yep. I figured that'd be a nice little twist too, is that they're not actually bad people. They're just chaotic good. Which also means if you play your cards right in off-hour times, they might be potentially recruitable in Session 2. We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that. Session 1 is just this large battle.
Yeah, I figure that between Session 1 and 2 will be the time of everyone meeting each other and deciding whether you want to actually be a party together or not. And then we'll start Session 2 with, like, their decision, and hopefully everyone is one group, and you go off on the adventure in Session 2.
Oh,
Cat-
I might write it. They might do like write a small little story glimpse of everyone meeting up and such. Got it.
Yep. Alright, so Cadmus, Dracul, you're up.
I am going to hit reckless attack, but not great weapon mastery.
Okay, reckless attack, but not great weapon. So, roll. That's a hit. Roll the image. Oh, that's 11 damage. Gerald, so you do a deep gash into Gerald, and Gerald is bloodied. The first half ogre gets bloodied.
I'm gonna use the other one. Same thing.
Okay. That's a hit.
Nice. Roll it. Tap the great sword. Click the great sword button. Or
You didn't click the greatsword. That's fine. 9 more damage. Gerald is very bloodied as you tear deep gashes him and goes, "Ah, damn it!" And he's cursing in Orcish right now. For anyone who can understand that.
Steve, does Hurry even know Orcish? That's a good question.
I don't know if anyone does currently.
No,
I believe
don't
the
know
only
Orcish.
person who does is Zokurai, and they're not here right now.
At the same time you hear from Trickle, I'm sorry, you must die.
Yeah.
Like, I like you now, but you still must die.
Everyone roll a d20.
Please be nice.
Ooh, that was too close.
Oh god! Okay, Harold just had something bad to happen to him.
God damn it, Harold.
So someone up in the crowd said, so that same kid from before said, "Stop shooting at my little birdie," and uses fairy fire on him. So he now has to make a dex save. It's a 20-foot cube around here, so it's centered right on this spot. So does that hit lethal? That's the question.
It does.
Yep.
It fucking does.
So yeah, you and Harold have to make a dex saving throw.
This kid is gonna be saver. Who are you thinking? I like this bird. Well, fuck.
All right. Yeah, that is a.
Yeah, we recruit this kid.
That's a 13. And okay, so they both passed the dex save, but now this area is lit up like a Christmas tree, and the kid's just kind of beaming from up there, and their mother's trying to hold him back. It's like, don't interfere with the fight. You don't want to get in trouble.
As a kid.
Right. Lee, if you want to, while they're doing this fight, you can try to like go over and talk to this person if you want to. That's up to you. You're in the crowd.
Dracula just gives the kid a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Same with Coonery. If a bird could smile, he would be smiley.
Also, I completely skipped Gerald's turn. Hold on. Gerald does his battle axe attack.
Holy shit.
Lee just said, to be fair, owls are awesome, so I don't blame this kid. And Hootery's like, I will give this kid an autograph. Yeah, Lee, you can go talk to the kid if you want to. I'll like find out their name or something. Anyway, so that hits for 9 slashing damage, which gets reduced down to 5. So you're at 1 HP, Cadmus.
Oh shit!
Fox?
He just smirks, just like, nice shot.
Okay. All right, it's your turn, Sortu. What do you want to do?
Yeah, first of all, Soul 2 will first move. Wait, can I do Bardic Inspiration and Vicious Mockery?
It's Bardic. I believe Bardic Inspiration is a bonus action. So yes, because Bardic Inspiration is not a spell.
So first, I will give encouraging words to our little orc friend.
Sure, Dracul. We don't mind vulgar here, so if you want to be a
No,
dick,
I
then
mean, I'm gonna do a dick move, meaning I'm gonna drink a health potion.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
And then I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Keep in mind, Dracul. Drinking a health potion will only cost you your interaction, not your action.
Oh, I thought it does.
It used to, but I changed it so it only takes an interaction.
It hits. You need to
All right.
roll 14.
You need to make a wisdom saving throw, Cadmus or Dracul. If you fail this, you're dead.
Done.
Failed it. Sorry. No, passed it. Sorry. So he's fine.
And I will tell our little ogre friend as a tip to shoot them.
Okay, so it gives you the ability check. Are you wanting Harold to go over and grapple him or something?
No, I just want him to shoot them.
Okay. All right, Ernery, you're up.
Cool. First up, I'm gonna use my last spell slot. Cure Wounds at 2nd level. On.
I thought you already
Cat.
used up your last spell slot.
You already used?
You already used it.
No. No, I have one more.
What?
I had. But before, I had one spell slot remaining for our 1st level.
You have one spell slot remaining for 2nd level, is what you're saying?
Yes, and I'm gonna use it for Cure Wounds.
Okay.
But you said that last turn that you only had level 2 slots for the...
That's also, hang on. Oh, shit. My bad. I'm pushing the wrong buttons. Also, I roll another d8. Because that's only 1d. That's only 1d. I'm gonna roll another d8. So... Wow. 17 damage, you are healed 4.
Okay. Keep in mind, you have to fly all the way down to within 5 feet of Cadmus. Just keep in mind.
Yep, that's fine. I get his bonus. He's healed 17. This is fine.
Okay. I have a feeling you didn't mark something on your cheat right, but we'll just go with it for now.
Yes, I didn't do the ad. Anyways, I have his bonus. It's fine. Automatic. There we go. And that is my action and everything. I am come down to help him.
Okay.
This is going to be the 10th turn.
So, he's going to make a, intelligence check. Or, sorry, a wisdom check.
Please be smart. You're
Oh.
not smart.
He didn't listen to you. He just hates the bird more than the barbarian. So he's going to run up and attack the bird. I believe this technically does not count as flanking.
No, it doesn't.
But he has advantage anyway, because you still have Fairy Fire on you.
So fairy fire me for a couple more rounds.
One more round, actually.
Yep. One. Oh, what? Okay, we rolled 22.
Shit. No, not even my protective wings will go above that.
Okay, damage. 21 slashing damage? What? 8 plus 10 plus 3. Yeah.
I'm dead.
So he says, "Stupid birdie," and chops you in half.
Don't forget that Harold does have inspiration.
Oh, no, they used up their inspiration on Cure Wounds earlier, remember? Wait, do you have silvery... No, you do not have silvery buffs. Okay.
I'm
I
back.
gave inspiration.
Oh, well, that cannot be used on a attack roll. It can only be used on an ability check.
Fair enough. No,
Which
it
is-
can be used on an attack roll.
Which is why I thought you were talking... wait, can it be used on attack roll? No, I don't believe it can. Can it?
Yeah, attack roll or saving throw.
Oh! Okay, so yeah, so plus 1d8.
1d6. I don't think he has the d8 yet.
I don't have the 8 yet.
Okay, so it also did... It did 23 damage, not 21. Sorry. Okay. Dracul, you're up. You're the last remaining member of your team.
In Abyssal, he just says, time to pop some bandages.
Also, don't forget you have your interaction to drink your healing potion if you want to.
Use it.
You know
Use it.
what?
Use it.
Yes.
Because you can drink healing potion and then attack with your action. Because that costs your interaction, not your action. Go ahead,
For drinking the healing potion.
Zokarai, you can go ahead and do that if you want to.
How do you use it?
No, I mean, Zokarai wanted to sell healing potions in the stands as a way to make money. Healing drinks, not healing potions. Sorry. Anyway,
No, I mean, I'm gonna use my healing potion.
I know. And I was just talking about what Zokarai was saying in the chat. That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Zokarai, he's not using the health drink. He's using his own healing potion that he has on him. That's the reason why I didn't have him roll flavor.
Yeah, Yeah, the items are just still, there on the ground, and no one has had a chance to pick them up.
Yep.
No.
Anyway, so who are you attacking?
I'm gonna attack this one.
You're not within 5 feet of it.
I'm gonna
I
attack
think, yeah, just finish this one guy off. One guy down at a time.
Yeah, he's very bloody. The other guy is above a half HP.
Reckless attack. Normal.
Okay. Attack.
That's a 9.
Also,
Or-
it's at this point where your fan in the crowd, Hoonery, the little girl, is crying.
That's actually.
Aww.
Their favorite
Thomas.
birdie just died. I figured you'll get a chance to meet her after you get revived, Hoonery.
How to use this?
Wait, you just made a bunch of rolls. What?
Why did I roll the great sword twice? I meant to only use it once.
Okay, well, we'll just the second one is the 20, so we'll just go with the 20. Yeah. Okay.
11.
That hit. So yeah, that did 9 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
He takes that blow and just it deeply gashes into him, and you actually, I believe, you slashed down to his chest, but he's still alive somehow, and he's still very pissed off. And I'd like everyone to roll me a d20 for the crowd.
I'm dead. I can't roll anymore.
Yeah.
So Sortu, Dracul, and the half ogres. I only rolled one. Roll 2.
Second half. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go fill my water. Be right back and get something to eat, guys.
All right.
And this will be where Fairy Fire disappears.
Yep. So Fairy Fire is gone. Doesn't matter though. All right. Gerald.
That's fine.
He's going to use Battle Axe. And he gets a 25. And he gets 14, which gets reduced to 7. He takes 7 damage.
Yep, I noted it down.
Okay, Sortu, you up.
I will grab the potions.
Alright, you start grabbing the health drinks. They're not potions, they're health drinks. They recover 1
Can I
HP.
take a sip of one?
Okay, do you drink one of them?
Well, they have to be left for a reason, so I will just drink one of them.
Okay, roll me a d8.
Jaden has a very worried look on his face.
An 8.
It is grape flavor.
Ah, I like grape.
It is grape flavored, which is the healing.
No, it just recovers 1 HP. The roll is just they aren't marked what flavor they are, so they're randomly determined what flavor they are.
And how much HP I will cover?
1. And also you'll be nourished for 24 hours. You do not need food for 24 hours.
Nice. That's only 10 feet, and I will just move another 15. And wait.
And
Mockery?
Vicious Mockery.
Oh, and let's do mockery just for fun.
No, I think you ran out.
No, vicious mockery is
Vicious Mockery is a cantrip.
Alright.
So 2 damage on a failed save.
Take a wisdom save.
You're taking so much damage. I don't think we're gonna win.
It's
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just took 2 damage, and you now have disadvantage on your next attack roll you make. Okay. Harold's up.
Like your axe. Really bad.
He moves up next to you, and he's like, "Let me help you there, Gerald," and attacks you with the battle axe. And gets an 18 to hit.
Miss. Oh, actually, no, it meets.
It meets, so it does it. It hits. 14, which gets reduced down to 7.
I'm glad I still healed you.
Oh, I believe Vicious Mockery is 2d4, not 1d4 now, because he's at 5th. It's 2d4 because
He's
it's-
at
you're
5th level?
now. Yeah.
Wait, does it say that on the spell?
It didn't update on spells. Don't know what to do now. Oh. Sorry, one sec, guys. Let me mute my mic.
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say that.
I'm checking the official entry. No, it does not. It does not scale that way.
This spell damage increases by 1d4 when you reach 5th level.
Where does it say that?
I will post the link.
I'm curious, I'll take a look as well. Oh, alright, that's up, yep.
But I won't retcon it currently.
Oh, okay. No, just add another D4 then.
No, I'm not adding a d4. I will say that's the attack for now.
Okay, Cadmus, you're up. Sorry, Dracul, you're up. Actually, is your rage over? Because I think your rage might be over.
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, didn't he attack?
It lasts for a minute maximum.
10 turns.
Oh.
So he's no longer. Dracul's gone. He's no longer enraged.
Well, unless you can take them out very quickly, then you're screwed.
Or unless you. Well, you're down to 2 HP, so regardless, you're kind of screwed.
Hmm.
What do you want to do? I know what I would do in this situation, but I'm just curious what you're going to do.
Zappy hands.
At who is the question.
The one in front of me. The one to the left.
The one to the left. Okay, so you're just going to electrify the one to the left. Okay. What? Why does it say 0?
Okay. It didn't want to do the calculation. It does this sometimes.
Just look on your character sheet. It should say.
What is his spell casting?
Constitution.
Constitution.
So it's 8 plus your proficiency plus your constitution modifier.
Yeah, I also believe it's marked on his sheet already.
Yeah.
9.
Your proficiency's higher than that.
Oh, I'm actually checking that up.
Spell save DC would be a 12. I
12.
just updated your sheet right there. It's a 12.
Yeah.
So he has to roll 12.
So Gerald has to actually. It doesn't matter because he'll still take half damage if he fails. So he dies either way. So what happens?
I just electrocuted into a barbecue.
Okay. He is now a crispy half ogre barbecue. Sorry, what?
It's like, I have a question.
What?
What if he did this? Would it still get them?
It would hit both.
Actually, no, can I do that?
Yes, it would hit both. You can do that. So this guy becomes a crispy half ogre. You're not moving your
Nope.
guy.
You're still here.
Oh God, I didn't mean move that.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
There, down one. There,
Okay.
perfect.
So this guy has to make a dex save. So Gerald is dead, and Harold yells out, "No, Gerald! My brother, I loved you."
That's a pass.
Yeah, that's barely a pass. That's a pass. All right, so he only takes half damage, so he takes 7 damage. Is it 7? No, it's 6.
6.
But I believe Blink said Lee wanted to do something.
Oh, what did Lee want to do?
I think if you scroll up, you'll find.
Question: Where was
He
the
wants
girl
to
in
go
the sand?
find the girl.
She was up here.
Oh, that's right. I was saying it was like right here.
No, scroll up in chat. I mean.
I know. I saw what she said. Flint. I saw what he said. Flint.
Oh, sorry.
Is the Revenger supposed to be the audience?
Question.
Answer.
And I get someone with a great sword still.
No, you used your action already.
Yeah, you
I
cast a
heal
spell.
myself.
If do you have a healing potion on you?
Yes.
Then yes, you can use an interaction to drink a healing potion.
How do I use it?
Just remove it from your inventory and then roll for how much HP it gives you. Do you know how much it is, or do I need to look it up?
Yes, please.
I'll look it up. Okay, healing potion, I believe is like 2d4 plus something.
I think it's like 2d4 plus 4, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe something like that. Let me check. Potion of healing. A common potion of healing is 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
Ah, I was too off.
So roll 2d4 plus 2, and then afterwards roll me a d20 for the crowd.
So,
2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
6.
Excellent. Not bad.
and roll a d20, Fox.
6.
Oof.
You didn't. Have you rolled it yet? I haven't seen it.
Yes. You rolled everything you needed.
Okay. Then, yeah. So nothing happens.
Just
Sword two.
mockery.
Okay. Meanwhile, Lee is doing something in the crowd.
So tiny, I didn't see. I didn't see his character.
Yep.
I'm still alive.
Make a DC 14 Wisdom save.
Damn it!
Nice.
I've heard more from my demon side than that.
Okay, bardic inspiration.
That
This Harold.
the mother, in reaction to what you said, Lee, the mother says, and make a persuasion check, Lee. She's unsure about this, and she doesn't know if she can trust you. So make a persuasion check. Anyway, what were you doing, Cadmus? Sorry, Sortu. Oh, Cadmus passed. Okay. What else are you doing on your turn?
Persuasion failed.
I just told Harold that he got this.
Uh-oh. So, yeah, the mother doesn't really trust a 20-foot-long snake woman coming up to her immediately and it's like, can I have your child, please? And she's like, no, sorry, and is being very protective towards her child.
Wait.
You can use your DM inspiration, yes. Sorry, 20-foot-long male Naga, I forgot. Apologies.
I'm not a woman.
I'm a snake.
That was my mistake.
This is a very close battle.
Yes, it is. Okay, Harold is up, and he's going to smack you.
Smack him hard, Harold.
You used Relentless Attack, right, last time? Oh, wait, no, you didn't. You used Zappy Hand, so he does not have advantage anymore. And he rolled a 17 to hit. That is not enough, so he misses. He manages to miss.
He does have bardic inspiration.
Does that apply to the attack roll or to the damage?
It does.
Attack roll.
Wait,
Attack roll, yeah.
okay, so, never mind.
One
Slash
D6.
R1d6. Sorry, you get the 21. He hits you. Okay, and rolling damage. No, the
And
bull.
he's not raging.
He's not raging. So,
Ooh.
yep. Also, Zokarai, the one that gave you your crossbow was an older, like a young adult, like 23, and not young adult. It was like a older boy of like 16 years old. But it was not that one. No. Anyway, yeah, I believe Cadmus is now down.
Yep.
All right, and
Wow.
he pops into you even more, and as he feels the rage leaving your body, he says, I told you, anything you can do, I can do better. And that will be the victory line. And the crowd roars and cheers at seeing one of the most epic battles they've seen in a long time.
Sotu will just like run over to Harold and give him like his small little club hand for a high five.
It, Harold looks over, smiles, and picks you up into a bear hug instead. So a 3-foot tall kobold is now being hugged by a 15-foot tall half ogre in a bear hug. And he just kind of picks you up and carries you out of the arena triumphantly.
This is Canvas's response. It's like, I still put on a good performance. Good job.
He just puts me on his shoulder.
Yep.
It's adorable. Huna would be like, that's cute.
Yep.
But he's dead.
He also says, "Come on, little buddy," and as he leaves the arena. And the entire crowd is cheering your name, and the Minotaur is just standing proudly up there, and the Foxkin woman looks very disheveled and very annoyed by the fact that her side lost.
When Jaden's like revived, he's actually gonna walk up to the Foxkin lady and give her a respectful bow, and give like a stern "fuck you" look to the Minotaur.
All right.
Also,
Yes, I tried to scare him by saying fail. Yes.
Before Cadmus falls unconscious, this is what he just says. I still put on a good performance. Good job.
Yep. You all fought valiantly, and the Luminescents come in to carry all the corpses out of there, and clean up the blood and all this jazz. And you walk through the gate of the half ogre Harold and Sortu walk through the gate of victory. Victors in this fight, and I'll switch the music to something a lot less
serious.
Yeah, let's do something more there. And then I figure all of you are in the medical wing, currently laying in beds, having Revivify, Lesser Restoration, and Cure Wounds being cast on all of you.
Like, Sotu, after like getting healed back up, he will just like go away to near Jaden.
Well,
yeah. Jaden would probably like have his upper body clothes off, like his top, his shirt, all those things.
I will say that the Luminescents want you all to stay in bed for at least 8 hours and take a rest. So I don't think they would allow you to get out of your bed.
Yeah, Jaden will probably have like he goes into like his like bag that he has, and he's gonna pull out a dragon chest set onto the table and basically motions to Lethal to play
Zokurai, to answer your question, Zokurai, they would heal you, but they wouldn't require you to be bedridden, though they would offer you a bed if you wanted one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So intelligence against intelligence.
Yes, that's Rollers.
Okay.
That's a 19 for me.
I mean, I don't have the...
Oh, did you put the...
Didn't I put the what?
I think you forgot to put the skill in, the Dragon Chest set skill.
Oh. I think I did. I don't know how to do that.
Is that intelligence?
Yeah, it's intelligence, yes. It's intelligence plus your proficiency.
I'll just roll intelligence.
No.
Yeah, I lost.
No.
Yeah, I lost.
Shit, I have a question, Bug.
Ask away.
Are we I know we're in bed and such, but are we like separated? Are there like curtains between the beds?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't pretty much see each other, got it.
Yep. You're all in the same medical wing, though, I will mention. Both sides are in the same medical wing, including the half-ogres are here. Well, one of the half-ogres is here, and the other one walks over and sets Sortu down next to Jaden, because he recognized that you two have a relationship, and he slowly walks over to Gerald and just sits and kneels by his bed. staying there by his brother's side as he rests. And I believe this is where we'll call it here, unless there's more you want to do before we call it.
There is something I actually want to do. Who was the one that fired that like brass dragon head at me?
That was
would be,
Zokarai. It was Zokarai.
Is that right? Okay. If Jaden is like is able to at least stand up or walk a little bit out of his bed, he would actually walk up to Zokarai out of interest and looks at his equipment and tries to look for the cannon that actually created that brass
Where
dragon.
is Zokarai? The first question.
You are
Zokarai
not-
was selling stuff.
He was currently in the crowd selling health drinks. Because he was trying to make money while you guys are all fighting.
Oh, I see.
I figure after the battle he goes down to the healing wing. Also, no, I'm going to say that the luminescence make sure that you stay in bed. But they did say we will summon him for you.
Okay.
And so Zokarai gets approached by a paladin in full plate armor, and he says, "Come with me." So Zokarai is basically escorted by this paladin over towards Jaden's side. And how many of you are actually sleeping during this long rest?
I wonder if I would be.
I'd assume you would, personally, but that's me.
Like, so will
Yeah, I'm
probably
probably
sit
happy
down.
sleeping because I did the best job I could.
Yep. I figured Lee would come down to talk to a lot of you and all this sort of stuff. But, however, I wanted to do a lot of that off session. I figure you can do a lot of those little interactions on your own. And then when we meet session 2, we can talk about everything you did in between the time. How does that sound?
That works. That works.
Yeah, because we have already been streaming 5 hours, so I don't want to spend another hour on RP. We all have things we need to do.
Indeed, I have another campaign to go do that I'm actually DMing. It's in like 4 hours.
Exactly.
3 to 4 hours.
So I'm going to call this live stream and call this session here. I'm glad you had
That-
fun hanging out, Ethan. I hope everyone had fun here.
Like, I
did.
saw to like try to change some of his spells by forgetting some and learning new.
You can do that when you level up. Also,
Wait,
I will say, because this is such a heated fight, everyone got a level up. So you will all be level 6 when you finish your long rest.
Excellent. Also, I'm gonna say this. I know I typed this down, but I want everyone to hear it. I do want to know of every little RP interaction that is done, whether we do that in, say, the oncoming storm chat, of things that are done, and we were given a time frame of how long things would be, because I feel like doing a group RP of everything together, of us, having the idea of being a party, and then session 2, like Bug said, would be us saying, yes, we're gonna be a party.
Okay, roll, how about one of you roll me a d6?
Done.
20?
I rolled 3.
Okay. I'm going to say that between session 1 and session 2, there is a 3-day period.
Alright.
So 72 hours for you all to just make little RP moments. It doesn't have to be in the arena. It can be like outside in shops, or it can be whatever. As long as you stay in the town for those 3 days, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
2 hours of cooldown.
Yeah.
So this is the first thing that I GM'd in like months. So how well did I do?
You did well.
I had fucking fun.
This was super fun.
I'm shocked you rolled so well with everything about the ogres.
Right? I'm shocked I rolled so well with everything about the ogres.
That and then came like like in session 0 where he was rolling like bad a lot of his rolls, and then comes session 1 where it's like 20, 20, nat 20, 32. All these spam numbers.
Alright. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the session.
Yep.
Yeah, it
I
was
was-
amazing.
That was fun.
I'm-
We will talk about when we'll do the next one. It'll probably be, I'm thinking like what? Either the last Sunday or Saturday of this month? Next month?
I see.
That
So
works.
that gives us. Hang on, how many days? Wait, you say a Sunday?
The last Saturday or Sunday of the next month. I'm fine with either. Which would be
It's
either
gonna
the
have to be a
29th
Sunday
of.
for me.
It'd be either, okay. It'd be the 30th or like the 1st of the next month or something. Or we can do like the 24th or 23rd. I'm fine with any of those.
So it really depends on what kind of day it is, because I can only do Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay, so I'm going to say like either April 23rd, 24th, April 30th, or May 1st would be session 2. It's up to you guys to figure that out. Let me know. I'm going to get this out of my brain because I've been thinking about this nonstop for a week now. I need to decompress and I need food.
And also, I hope you learned your lesson about always be prepared for players who always strategize when combat occurs.
Oh yeah, I'll be
Right.
prepared, and I'll make sure that combat has a lot more time allotted to it, because I was worried that you guys would finish it in 2 hours, and then it'd be like I'd have to come up with 4 hours of content. But
No, trust me. As long as you slap down content, the players will have their content for like. As long as you slap down content combat, that's the player's content for like 4 to 5 hours.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen.
Go on.
If you just describe one NPC, we will probably like spend 2 hours next to them.
Oh, don't get me started when we go try to find a fancy person. It's like, alright, who's the richest person in the room? Hoonery. That one.
right,
Everyone, no, it's just gonna be who's the richest person in this room? Everyone points to Jaden.
right. Which, by the way, that is important to know. Hoonery knows immediately that Jaden is a noble upon seeing him, thanks to his jeweler background.
Also,
And clothing
Hoonery does
background.
have things he wants to speak. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say, yeah. I know we're gonna do this like off session, but Hoonery definitely wants to speak to Jaden.
Yep. Question. I have a small question.
We could probably do a VC roleplay thing if you wanted to do.
Yes. By the way, I do want to know everything that happens. I want to write like a short story of everything between sessions, so that way we can give a recap.
Okay, would you like me to make a text chat on the channel specifically just for RP stuff, or no?
Sure.
I like that idea.
Okay,
Yeah, is it using the Oncoming Storm D&D 5e channel, or...
I'm gonna make a brand new channel for the oncoming storm.
Yeah, set it privately for only the players in the GM to access.
Yep.
Like no one else can access it until see it or anything.
Also, by the way, if sorry, go ahead. Sawyer.
I know with Blue, Katniss would honestly honorably bow to them.
Okay. Also, by the way, if anyone wants to roleplay with the half ogres, just let me know and I'll join in and voice them for you. Because I already have a fleshed out character for them written down.
Nice.
On the off chance you guys tried to recruit them.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna recruit them.
I wanna.
I will recruit them, and they'll be like the chefs of my be like the chefs or whatever.
I think the best way to succinctly describe them is gentle giants.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah,
Very much adorable.
I agree.
Question for downtime.
Yes.
Did the 72 hours start after the long rest, or after the long rest starts?
It starts. It'll start during the long rest. So it started after the battle ended. So it started during the long rest. Also, that reminds me. Would one of you please roll 5d20?
Sure.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not rolling it.
I'm not on, so also, I'm probably gonna get going now. I don't
Okay.
wanna have my
We'll
team
say
before I
that
go to bed.
you collectively as a group got rewarded 72 gold pieces for the fight. Now, that's not to each of you, that's as a group. So you can dole that up however you wish to.
I'm not gonna take any of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
leave it.
soon after the battle, Ghost just kind of fades away and no one can tell where he went. Just to let you know.
He's a ghost.
Yeah, because he died in the battle, they revived him, and then even before they could make him take a long rest, he's just gone, and they don't know where he went.
Hmm.
So,
Alright. I'm gonna get going now, guys.
yep,
It's
I'm getting
late
going.
for me.
Wait, level 6 is what that happened?
Alright, and now I'm going to stop the stream because I realized I forgot to do that. Thank you all for watching. And this is Bug Boy signing out, and I'll see you all in session 2. Goodbye.